We'll work through a few housekeeping items as we're staging our goats for Class 1 here. First and foremost, we want to give a warm welcome to Mr. Eric Zimmerman, our 2025 San Antonio Livestock Show Market Goat Judge. Mr. Zimmerman's a resident of Franklin, Texas. He's worked for Texas A&M AgriLife Extension as a Service District Extension Administrator. He's married to his wife, Stephanie, for 29 years, and he's got twins, Jackson and Ramsey, who are both currently seniors at Texas A&M University. Mr. Zimmerman received his Bachelor of Science in Rangeland Ecology and Management from Texas A&M University and followed that up with a Master of Science also in Rangeland Ecology and Management. He focused on meat goat diet selection in South Texas. Mr. Zimmerman enjoys golf, running, Texas A&M sports, and lamb and goat evaluation and judging. His accomplishments include being the Texas Sheep and Goat Raisers Association Outstanding County Extension Agent, the coach of the National Champion 4-H Wool Judging Team, and the 5th High National 4-H Range Judging Team. He truly enjoys the challenge of evaluating livestock and assisting youth with their goat and lamb projects. Again, let's put our hands together and welcome Mr. Zimmerman to our show today. As always, if you weren't able to make it or have friends and family that couldn't make it out to the show this year, we have a live stream option available on TaylorFort.com. And if you're out and about the grounds, make your way over to the Bud Light Live in Expo Hall number 2, where they'll also be live streaming the show on the Jumbo video wall. You've got indoor seating over there and the opportunity to get a meal from the Fajita Corral. So if you're out and about on the grounds, that'd be a great opportunity. And I'll mention it several times throughout the day, but I do want to make one special announcement this morning. We've got two gentlemen that have been staples in the San Antonio Market Goat Show for many, many years. Parks Tucker and Jay Waller, longtime superintendents. This will be their final run as superintendents, their last year at the San Antonio Market Goat Show. Let's put our hands together and thank Parks and Jay for all they've done over the years.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Go to exhibitors. We're missing one. Exhibitor for Class 1, Mary Garza from Rio Hondo. We need you at the ring. Your class is going in right now. Mary Garza. Market Goat exhibitors, if you have a Class 2 Market Goat, make your way to the staging area. First call for Class 2 Market Goats. You're welcome to make your way to the staging area. I'd like to take a moment to recognize a couple of our sponsors for this year's show. Weaver Lever Livestock is committed to helping you be the very best you can be. Stop by their trailer outside of Freeman Boulevard between the livestock barns to check out their full line of show supplies backed by industry experts. Weaver is devoted to fueling your enthusiasm for showing livestock with innovative products at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. Also, Creative Awards, a longtime sponsor. We'd like to thank them for their continued sponsorship of the San Antonio Livestock Show. Creative Awards specializes in all types of awards, custom-made belt buckles, banners, caps, apparel, and promotional items for associations and corporate incentive programs. Wayne, Sherry, and Landon Rohde, along with their staff, would like to wish all the exhibitors the best of luck at this year's show. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together as these exhibitors exit the arena. They've done a phenomenal job today. Market Goat Exhibitors, one housekeeping item. This is moving to our second class. It's a fair number of entries. It's 70. We're going to actually bring everybody to the staging area at one time, but we'll bring them in the arena in two groups. Just so you're aware of that, continue to bring everybody to the arena at one time. We'll split the next into two groups as we go into the show ring. Ladies and gentlemen, these exhibitors made the first pull in a competitive class. We're really proud of their effort. Let's put our hands together and congratulate them.
First of all, I'd be remiss to not say that I'm extremely grateful and honored to be here today. This is something that I've looked forward to for quite some time, and I think, it's going to be a really fun day, not only working with really good goats, but a lot of young people here. I've been around this show for a long, long time, and, it's amazing how much the quality's changed, because you used to be able to talk about, you could find one or two good ones in the lightweight class, because everything else is just not there yet, and they're just didn't have enough product in their skeleton. That's not the case today. A really challenging class, a really exceptional class. Again, as I work through the day, please understand that, with me and having kids that went through the program, we're going to give every one of them a fair shot. We're going to be efficient today, but if we take a little bit longer time because we need a little extra look, we're going to do that as well, and I think that's extremely important because that's what we need to do with all these 4-H and FFA youth that exhibit these market goats today. When you get into this class, for me, when you take a look at what we brought to the table, and I say we've been pulling on the walk because I didn't know what they were going to bring to me, but I think that the ones that worked their way to the top needed to probably be pulled on the walk, but we just chose not to do so at that initial time. The young man's goat to win the class, though, I think does so real easily. This goat is a really powerful dude. He's probably the smoothest handling goat, one that's exceptional in terms of his look. He's good in terms of his lines. I love him in terms of his tone and touch, one that's just dominant down his top. Again, big in terms of his hip. He's stout from the ground up. He's not the longest body goat in the class, but he's full, he's good, he's big in terms of his hip, and he handles extremely well. A really nice white pelted goat in second, extremely long bodied, one that doesn't tie in quite as well as what we see in our first place goat in his hip point junction. I do grant that he's got some extension over our first place goat, but to me gets a little bit rounder at his hip, one that would like to change him maybe in terms of his pin set just a bit more. He doesn't track with that natural base width of what we see in our class winner, but it's a really nice deal here. A little contrasting kind of goats, but certainly ones of high quality. Young lace goat in third, and to me that's the outlier. This is the one that's up-fronted, long-bodied, stout from the ground up. He's good in terms of his hip. He travels with some athleticism when he gets around the arena. Where we really pick him apart for his skeleton and his size and his length of body, he's just a little bit green. He just doesn't have that muscle shape down his top as what we see in first and second, not near as fresh to the handle. Has a little tendency to roll right there in that loin just a little bit more than first and second. But in terms of bill, he fits the bill really well. Young lady's goat in fourth, again, and one that's a little softer to the handle. He's the one that's a little thicker hide, so he's going to handle a little bit softer. This is the one when you get him on the move, he just falls apart. He gets a little bit looser in terms of his blade, one that to me just needs to fix himself as he travels about the arena, but certainly one that's got some product on that skeleton as well. Then we round out the top five with just a little bit shorter side of one, but certainly one that's built right. I like to pull him apart just a little bit more, but I like his dimension on his hip. I like how he travels away from me. I just need a little bit bigger package to compete with the ones ahead of him. Very competitive class. Let's give these kids a round of applause. Nice job. Good job.
Your placings for class number 1 in our Market Goat Show. In 9th place, Tristan Shahan from Frio County 4-H, also a Texas bred winner raised by Finley Show Goats. In 8th place, we had a Reagan County 4-H member, Raider McFall, another Texas bred winner. That one was raised by Jade Livestock of Mason. Your 7th place exhibitor comes to us from the Garza County 4-H, Keithlin Wink, another Texas bred winner. That one was raised by Blue Team Weathers of Zephyr. Your 6th place exhibitor represents the Fayette County 4-H, Tatum Fritch. Once again, a Texas bred winner raised by Hutto Livestock in El Dorado. Your 5th place exhibitor comes to us from the Falls City FFA, Caden Willett. In 4th place, from the Bear County 4-H, Allison Throckmorton. Your third place exhibitor from Tom Green County 4-H, Berkeley Struby. In second place is Shelby Joe Walker of the Nueces County 4-H, also a Texas bred winner raised by Hutto Livestock in El Dorado. And your class winner in class number 1, a member of the Bexar County 4-H, Jake Parrish, a Texas bred winner as well, raised by Blue Team Weathers in Zephyr. Congratulations to all our Class 1 exhibitors. Put our hands together and congratulate these exhibitors on a job well done. We're tremendously proud of their effort. Class 3 Market Goat exhibitors, make your way to the staging area. If you have a goat in class number 3, the final class of our light division, please make your way to the staging area. Market goat exhibitors, second call for class number 3. If you have a class number 3 goat, make your way to the staging area. Ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate these exhibitors on all of their hard work. They've done an outstanding job with these projects. Market Goat Exhibitors, just a reminder that when you come to the arena for your class, you need to bring your disposition card with you. They'll need that potentially at the scale and at the checkout area there. So please bring your disposition card with you to the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for these exhibitors that made the first pull in a competitive class. We're tremendously proud of their effort.
a little more stifle. He gets a little flat in terms of his stifle.
Yes, sir.
But long body is really.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Line 'em up, boys.
We're moving into class 2. A really nice set here. I see a class with 70 in it, and you would think there would be quite a number of really good ones, and I think there are. The goats that we see here in the top 5 are good, and then there's this one right here. This guy's built right. He handles right. He travels right. He's built. He's so stout from the ground up. He's exceptional in terms of his rib and his forerib and his hind flank. In terms of his lines, you can see how he's extended up through his front. You put your hands on him, and that's where he even gets better. He's smooth down his top. He's huge in his rack. Extremely smooth in that hip-loin junction. That three-quarter view, you take a look at it in terms of his stifle and his hip, the way he moves about the arena. I like him to win the class, and he does so extremely easily. You get into some challenges here, the next 4 in relation to our class winner, and I say that. The young man's goat in second. Opened up, big stifle, huge hip, big in terms of his bone work from the ground up. This is a stout-made dude. Again, when you take a look at him, he's the one that wants to have a tendency to handle a little bit softer than what we see in our class winner. He's the one that gets a little bit looser as he travels about the arena in terms of his blade placement. But when you get him propped up and when you get him going, that's where he's the best, and he really handles good. A lot of muscle here. A really cool, long-bodied dude that I thought, golly, he needs to be in that second place hole if he just had a little more. You take a look at him. In fact, we almost get him too stretched there, and it gets him a little bit easier in his top and wants him to break in terms of his hip-loin junction just a bit more than ideal. Long-bodied, extended, good in terms of his rib, very similar in terms of his build relative to our class winner. He just doesn't have enough product in that skeleton. He wants to get a little bit rawer in terms of his depth of loin, that hip-loin junction, not nearly as stout from the ground up as well. Goat in third or fourth, again, long-bodied paint goat, elevate up to his front. He's the one that's got some shape down his top, maybe not quite as dominant in terms of rack as what we see in first, second, and third. He's the one that you want to taper just ever so slightly towards his tail head. He gets a little bit flatter in terms of his stifle, especially as he travels away from you, but he's really cool looking from the side. I like him in terms of his height as well. The young lady did a good job here in 5 because this goat wouldn't walk, and we need to get him to move. And when she finally got him to move, that's when he really moved up, because when you get him propped up there, this maybe is just as dominant down his top as what we see in the top 5. One that's just really, really stout. He's the one that wants to doesn't blend quite as well. He's the one that, to me, want to pull him apart just a little bit more relative to his contemporaries up in the first 4 holes, but certainly one in terms of the one what he has in terms of his handle relative to the ones down the line. You got to put him in the 5th place hole. Really competitive class, outstanding class winner. Let's give them all a round of applause. Good job.
Your results from class number 2 in 9th place, Kylie Maroney of the Alpine FFA, a Texas bred winner raised by Jade Livestock in Mason. Your 8th place exhibitor comes to us from the Lubbock Cooper FFA, Caselin Etheridge. In 7th place, a member of the Gillespie County 4-H, Brody Rader, also a Texas bred winner, raised by Rocky Creek Showgoats in Harper. Your 6th place exhibitor represents the Brock FFA, Megan Tolles. 5th place comes to us from the Archer County 4-H, Z. McCall. In 4th place, a member of the Tilden FFA, Isabella Weiss, also a Texas-bred winner raised by Allen Ranch in Junction. 3rd place comes to us from the Chambers County 4-H, Henley Cloud, another Texas-bred winner raised by Compadres Cabritos of Snyder. In 2nd place, a member of the De Leon FFA, Gage Calhoun, also a Texas-bred winner raised by Highview Ranch in Burnett. And your class winner, a member of the Junction FFA, Shep Silvers, also a Texas-bred winner raised by Jade Livestock in Mason. Congratulations to all our exhibitors in Class 2. Let's congratulate these exhibitors as they exit the arena. We're tremendously proud of their hard work. We're missing one exhibitor in our third class of market goats, Jacqueline Garza from Rio Hondo. We need you at the arena. Your class is going in. Jacqueline Garza from Rio Hondo. Let's put our hands together and congratulate these exhibitors on a job well done. We're tremendously proud of their hard work. Market Goat exhibitors, if you had a first or second place entry in Class 1 and 2, we invite you to make your way to the staging area in preparation for our Division 1 Champion Drive. First and second place exhibitors from Class 1 and 2. Also, if you're a Class 6 goat, that would be our first class of the second division. Please begin making your way to the staging area. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for the exhibitors that made the first pull in a competitive class. We're proud of their hard work.
really nice class out of Class 3. I'll admit, as we started sorting through the initial poll, I was concerned that we weren't going to find a whole bunch of good ones, and I think that's changed my mind, because as we went through this class, they started working their way to the top, and maybe we didn't pull a couple of them on the walk, but again, maybe they were acting up a bit, or they just didn't look the part as they traveled under that initial entryway. But certainly ones, in fact, this duo here that worked their way to the top are just extremely nice and powerful. They're super to the touch. The young lady's goat just dominant down to his top line. He's super big in his hip. He's not the longest body goat in the top 3, but I think he's long enough from flank to flank. You can see how he explodes in terms of that stifle. Will we like to link him up just a little bit in terms of his hip? Probably so, but certainly one that you can put your hands on him. He's really, really nice to the touch. I guess where he really excels, our second place goat, is he travels away from you. He's more natural on his hind legs. He puts those feet down a little bit more correctly. The second place goat has a little glitch in his giddy up, I guess you could say. He doesn't want to travel quite as well, but the class winner is a really nice, powerful one. Really cool looking one, really cool bodied one in the second place hole. Again, one that's up-fronted, long-bodied. I think he's just a little bit better in terms of length of hip as compared to our class winner, but they're very similar in terms of their touch and handle. One that's extremely powerful down his top line in the middle and lower portion of his leg. You look at that three-quarter view, again, one that's extremely powerful as well. As I said just a second ago, he wants to hawk in just a bit more. He doesn't want to travel quite as nicely. He wants to maybe even more kind of a waddle rather than get out athletically, but that's getting real minor because that's two really nice, powerful ones. The one that's kind of the different one is the one in third. Long body, elevated, cool rib, extremely long from the 13th rib back. Good enough in terms of top, just a little bit flatter in terms of stifle. There's just not near as much power on this skeleton when you really compare him to first and second. We put just a notch more power in terms of that length of body, but it's a little bit more stifle and depth of twist. He probably wins the class. He just gets overpowered today. Shorter couple, one that was really hard to work with in the fourth place hole. Again, one that wants to get a little stiffer in his neck, and he just doesn't want to relax. We're going to lengthen him up just a bit more, but certainly you put your hands on him. The young lady did a good job of getting him shown right. He's really, really massive and powerful. He's good in his rib as well. A little piecier kind of goat in the fifth place hole. This is the one that's long-bodied. He's elevated up to his front. He's stout from the ground up. This is the one that just doesn't tie in quite as well as hip point junction. When you get him on the move, that's where he falls apart. He gets looser in his blades. He wants to drop his chest forward just a bit more and run downhill. Just about muscle. He's a really nice one. I like his handle. He's just a little coarser made, a little bit more shoulder, a little bit looser on the travel. Very competitive class. Let's give him a round of applause. Nice guy, nice job here.
Your results from class number 3 in 9th place. A member of the Lipan FFA, Letty Tuggle, also a Texas bred winner raised by Jade Livestock in Mason. Your 8th place exhibitor represents the Brewster County 4-H, Ruby Matthews, another Texas bred winner raised by BMK Showgoats in Alpine. 7th place is from Ward County 4-H, Caden Pacina, also a Texas bred winner raised by Williams Livestock in Hyco. 6th place comes to us from the Burnett County 4-H, Hannah Brooks. In 5th place, a member of the Clayburgh County 4-H, Kamala Ramirez. 4th place, a member of the Lavernia FFA, Riley Barlow, another Texas bred winner raised by Barlow Livestock in Lavernia. 3rd place represents the Aquila FFA, Cassidy Westbrook. She also had a Texas bred winner raised by Finley Showgoats in Alvord. 2nd place exhibitor is from the Comanche County 4-H, Tyson Hicks, another Texas bred winner raised by Hicks Showgoats in Comanche. And your class winner from the Victoria County 4-H, Maggie Cantu. Congratulations to all of our Class 3 exhibitors. Coming back to the arena at this time for our Division I champion drive, we've got representing Class 1 from the Bear County 4-H, Jake Paris. 2nd place from that class would be a member of the Nueces County 4-H, Shelby Joe Walker. In our second class, our first place exhibitor represents the Junction FFA, Shep Silvers, and in second, a member of the DeLeon FFA, Gage Calhoun. And finally, from our third class that we just showed, our class winner was Maggie Cantu from the Victoria County 4-H, and second place was Tyson Hicks from the Comanche County 4-H. Good luck to all of our exhibitors in our Division I drive.
Really nice set of lightweights out here in classes 1, 2, 3. I think, you talk about that goat that won class 1. Cool looking, just powerful, super thin-hided. His touch and tone was exceptional. He's just so much more dimensional out his hip. To me, one that's just really, really powerful, and I love him, his handle and his touch. Longer body, one that was in the second place hole. We talked how he's just a little bit longer hip, but just a little bit rounder overall, but certainly one that's really nice. Not quite as smooth as hip point junction, but that's a nice duo here. young man's goat to win middle class at 80-pounder. Again, this is the one I think is complete. He's just cool in his lines. He's big in his feet. He travels natural about the arena. He's just good. He doesn't change, and I really like that. If you've seen me before, those goats, when they travel, or those sheep, whatever it may be, and they look the same as when they're propped up, that's extremely important to me. That's a really, really good one here, a really good job here. A little bit different kind of made one in the second place hole. Again, a little bit softer to the handle, not near as complete, a little bit deeper through his middle, not near as cool to look at, but lots of power, big old stifle in him. A really powerful goat in the third class here, class winner. This is the one that's got a big rack. Again, one that's got some stifle to him. To me, a little bit not as cool to look at as what we see in maybe classes 1 and 2, but he's got lots of power, and I like that about him. A really, really nice one in the second place hole as well. He's the one that gets off in terms of his hind wheels as he travels, but he's smooth down his top. He's really powerful. When you take a look at, for me, again, it gets down to a combination of a lot of things. For me, I like ones that really look good. They handle with exceptional power. They don't have to be the most powerful ones, but they're certainly one that they don't change. They move really good, and that's going to be your champion, the young man out of Class 2. Let's give him a round of applause. Really nice one here. That's a good one. Good job. Decision is when you get back into this, what do? Well, we're going to get back into a real powerful trio in a reserve role. I think the one that fits best because he's just so much more powerful. He's good in terms of his touch and his handle. To me, I think he fits quite nicely. He's not the GOAT that's the champion, but he's good enough for me today. That's the young lady out of Class 3. Congratulations to her. Good job.
Your champion in Division II from the second class, that would be Shep Silvers of the Junction FFA Reserve, represents the third class from the Victoria County 4-H, Maggie Cantu. Congratulations to our Division I exhibitors.
Well, good morning, guys. We're up here on the air, and you're going to be sitting in here for Class 5 and 6. We just got done with Division 1 here in our GOAT show. We're going to sit up here with myself, Thomas Owings, and then Mr. Tyson Kimball. We'll be up here, kind of talk to y'all for a little bit, just kind of get the ball rolling. We're real excited to be here in San Antonio. The GOAT show so far has been exceptional, as you all could see. Those top 6 that were out there, first and second in them classes were real good and everything in that regard. Get out here, just to introduce myself before we get out here in the class. Like I said, my name's Thomas Owings, originally from North Central Missouri. Go to the school there at the University of Arkansas. That's been real good. Good competitive team there on the livestock judging side. Back home, we run some cows, purebred Charolais operation. I run some show heifers and bulls, and then on the goat side, got a small little herd of them girls, and then of course some sheep and hogs as well. Real good over there. I'll let Mr. Kimball kind of pop in.
Just to kind of introduce myself, my name's Tyson Kimball. I'm from the state of Washington, so a little bit out of my element down here as far as that regard goes, but had the privilege to attend junior college at Northeastern Oklahoma A&M there in Miami, Oklahoma. Judged there for 2 years, and then transferred to the University of Arkansas, and that's where I met Thomas there at Fayetteville. Had the opportunity to be a part of a pretty competitive team there at the university, and made those memories and those friendships that'll last a lifetime. Super privileged to be here and get to talk about stuff here during these classes. I'm super pumped. Division I came in hot, super high quality as far as that regard goes, but super excited to be here. Thomas, tell us a little bit about yourself growing up.
Well, that's something to kind of get into that. All you folks that are sitting here from Texas, probably exactly how competitive this state is, time in and time out. I just want to tell you all exactly how good it is comparatively to some states north of y'all just a little bit. Y'all running here with Class 1, Class 2, Class 3, 60 plus head of goats. And I mean, that we call the top end are huge. There's a bunch of them in that top end, and we sit up in Missouri, we go to our state fair, that's our big hoorah. And there's just not quite as many of them just in general, but nevertheless to have the quality as deep as what these young exhibitors are bringing out, and and it's pretty neat.
Market goat exhibitors. We're moving into Division II, Class 6. We're still missing several head. We need you to be at the arena. If you're a Class 6 market goat exhibitor, please make your way. The first half of the class is coming into the arena right now.
And especially you see those young exhibitors up here, and every single one of them look like they have the same type of moral value that we all strive here. It's the same way across, your hog rings, back home. We'll at our state fair, we have quite a few hogs comparatively to some of the northern states, but we're definitely not sitting in that, 5,000 head mark between the gilt and barrow show like y'all do down here. So, I mean, it's definitely a different world. The type of animals that you all raise down here probably comparatively is a notch different. Back home, usually we have them a notch more look up front, and maybe not just the widest constructed, biggest muscled ones, but down here it's pretty neat because you all get to have those big muscled ones that also have the right type of look, and it's pretty fun to be down here, a little bit outside my element just in terms of quantity. There's a lot of these animals we're going to see today that are really good, and that's where it's pretty cool to see these judges get out here and give their opinion, because everyone from the outside of the ring looks like, oh, well, that one looks good, this one looks good, but I tell you what, when you get in there in the middle of the ring, it's a little different story. There's a lot of elements that are going on there through your mind. Tyson, how's it a little different out here, down here in South Texas compared to where you're at over there in Washington?
I'll just say the size of the show is astronomically different compared to what I'm used to. Grew up, didn't have the opportunity to really show at a major show growing up, and so this is very eye-opening down here, just as far as the quantity of livestock that's going to walk through the ring today. But super high quality here compared to up there. As far as consistency goes, you're going to have a lot of good livestock that comes through this ring. It's vastly different as far as the kind of livestock that's up there, just as far as what judges like. But it's a super neat opportunity to be down here and get to look through all this
Market
stuff.
goat exhibitors, a reminder from show management that they want to make sure you're fitting those goats inside your pen area. Keep the aisles clear. Please make sure you're fitting goats within your pen area.
Yeah, so we got class 6 walking in the ring to start off Division II here. Looks to be a super deep class here. So some super high quality goats coming in the ring.
Yeah, that's what those y'all are watching. We got Mr. Zimmerman in here, and getting those first looks are coming up. We got to get that first look. He's going to come in is that front 3/4. Chest width, bone density, muscle. Young man here that just got pulled, going to make his way over to the scale, and just a big-footed, opened up, good-bodied, heavy muscled type of goat. That's what you see. Watch Mr. Zimmerman just in kind of his this initial impression. Whenever we split these classes up, of course, between 6A and 6B. There's a lot of these things that are coming in here, so those initial impressions when they're first hitting him here at the gate with Mr. Zimmerman, it's pretty neat to watch him. You can see him just kind of, he'll kind of follow those goats, kind of watch them there for a second, and then, go ahead and make his decision. Like young man there, he kind of followed him out there just to make sure, and, gets to get pulled. That's really cool for a lot of these young kids. Maybe they may not get to win the whole show, but, making that pull, that's a big step into getting that next level.
We're still looking for a couple of exhibitors here in class number 6. Make sure you make your way to the staging area if you have a class 6 market goat. Your last opportunity to get into the arena is going to be very shortly. Class 6 market goats.
Well, while we're kind of waiting here, I'll tell you all why why Mr. Kimball and I are here, and we're here with about 18 of our best friends along with it. We're part of the new program they've just created this year in cooperation with the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. It's called Top Judge. We're 20 young individuals. Or to some of them younger kids that are listening, we're probably a notch older. We're just finishing up our collegiate career with livestock judging. Most of us would have been seniors in this group, but finishing up our livestock judging career, showed some success and win our livestock evaluation. And then along with that, I think what speaks monumental aspects is the young group of people that we're here with, our moral values, the way that we conduct, the way that we've, the way people we put ourselves around, the way we want to be, way we want to conduct ourselves, the people that we like to be around, the way they conduct themselves on a daily basis, not just whenever the cameras are on them, is very, very cool. We're getting pretty lucky. We've got some real cool, it's a mentor-mentee type situation. Myself, I'm with Dr. Ramsey and Dr. Ripley, and those two over there, they're sitting at the sheep ring right now. They've been real awesome in that regard. And there's, we have some kids from different universities. We're from the University of Arkansas, Oklahoma State, K-State. There's a couple of kids from Texas Tech, Virginia Tech, and I know I'm probably missing some there as well. Oh, Texas A&M, of course. Can't forget the Aggies. But that's kind of why we're here. That connection base that can be done through the livestock industry is insane. How much different connection sits there.
Market goat exhibitors, if you're planning on a lunch break, make sure to pencil that in around the completion of Division 2. So we'll finish up with our second division this morning and take a 30-minute lunch break on the completion of that division and start back after lunch with our third division.
Whether that might be between the livestock industry in general, or the agriculture industry, even more so on that side. There's a lot of these people that are that play a bigger facet in a different type of industry, business or something in that regard, that their foundation started here, 4-H, FFA, just the livestock or agricultural businesses in general. That connection span is quite impressive.
Yeah, and just to kind of echo what Thomas said there, he's with Dr. Ramsey over there. I've actually got the opportunity to be with Mr. Marvin Enzer, a legend there in the sheep and goat industry. Super thrilled to have that opportunity to kind of pick his brain this week and kind of learn from him about some little things that happen in and out of the show ring that I can better myself in that regard. I think one of the things that got us all here was our work ethic, and that just goes along to say that if you work hard and you bust your tail to do to be the best you can be, there's really no limit to what you can do. I think work ethic speaks highly of so many people. That's if that's one thing you're going to take away from this, I do think that a work ethic is extremely important.
Kind of go along with Mr. Kimball there. I know, maybe some of you younger kids.
Let's put our hands together and congratulate these exhibitors. We're very proud of their effort.
Just sending out these this first group of Class 6. Those kids that did an awesome job out here, getting out there, getting in motion, showing their animals, and every single one of them are out here doing what they love. That's the coolest part to see. There's a lot of effort, a lot of time that gets put into this, and I don't think there's one kid out there that should think, okay, well maybe I just wasn't good enough this year. No, not at all. I don't want any kid. I don't think any kid should have that mentality. because you got out here, especially these young individuals out here at San Antonio. They walked into one of the biggest rings that you possibly can, and exhibited their animal to the highest of their ability, and that's something that's really awesome to see. That's how most of us in this livestock game, especially livestock judging game, that's how most of us kind of get our start, right? Sitting here in the ring, looking up to those older individuals, and that's kind of talk about like what Tyson was talking there about work ethic. Whether if you're a high schooler, middle schooler, or even a younger kid, or maybe you're a mom, dad, grandma, grandpa here, listening, ag teacher, whatever it may be. It's one thing I want you all to realize: if you instill that work ethic, instill a good moral base, no matter what you do, whether if it has to do with the livestock industry, agriculture industry in general, you will be successful. And that's something that a lot of us that judged on the collegiate level, we had to think about those things, whether we were in the ring judging, or we were doing something at class, or way before we ever started and stepped foot in college. It all started with how people perceive you, and how people see you, even whenever the doors are closed. It all makes a difference in your character. Good character will get you a long way. Mr. Zimmerman brings out this, getting this next group out. First goat's going to go ahead and get pulled. Young lady got a real cute little purple bow in her hair. She's, ready to hit the scale. That's that type of mentality. It's good, fun to see in these young people. Real cool colored up one here. Another good, stout, powerful, opened up, big muscle type of goat. Mr. Zimmerman's going to keep making his way around these young people. They're going to make a lap around, and then if they don't get the initial hand signal, they're going to come over here and line up side by side, and then he'll get a good chance to go through there afterwards and make sure with all of his decisions what he's wanting to do. Another young lady going to go ahead and get pulled over here as soon as she hit the gate. That's a good feeling.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing he does really, really well is he's got kids that have been through this process before, so he knows how important that is that every kid gets their look. They've put in so much time and effort and work into these projects, and so he does a really good job of making sure every kid gets their look, and that's something that hopefully I'll strive to do one day, is get out there and be fair and make sure everybody has the opportunity to get that look, because there's too much blood, sweat, and tears that have been poured into these projects to have that not happen, and I think that's a really, really good thing.
Any of you young kids out there that are thinking about livestock judging, I'll go ahead and I'll be a nice little plug for the livestock judging industry here. There's no better place, I think, to spend your high school or collegiate career. Another big, stout, powerful goat's going to go ahead and get pulled to head to the scale there. But I don't think there's any better way to do it. There's a bunch of connections. You talk about your junior college teams versus your senior college teams, and I can't say there's anyone off of any of those teams, either team I was on, either at Redlands or at the University of Arkansas, that I didn't just spend a lot of time with, didn't love dearly, and make a real good family connection. In all reality, there's so much more to the livestock judging than just placing those four animals. We talk about it in terms of a contest setting. There's a lot more to it. There's the way that you see your competitors. You look at them, and don't get me wrong, during the contest they're a competitor, but as soon as the contest is over, you make sure those people that that had a good day, they deserved it, that they put in the work to do how they did that day and everything in that regard, and after that, at the hotel later when everyone's hanging out, it doesn't really matter, in all reality, between us, who did what that day, because we're there for each other, and we all have the same interests, and we all share the same possibilities. The sky's the limit. We look at it, the judging world, comparatively to what it was 15 years ago. There's so many junior colleges out there with livestock judging programs now that it's insane. Those of you kids, that you think you might want to do it, but you're almost thinking, I want to go do something else because of money. there's a lot of scholarships out there within those colleges as well, and there's a lot of scholarships that can be found out there for you young kids. So don't be afraid. When mom and dad or grandpa or your counselor is telling you to fill out that scholarship and you got to write a 500-word paragraph, trust me, it is truly worth it. Go ahead and spend that 20-30 minutes to just write it up, and those people that look through those scholarships, they appreciate it that much. But there's a lot of good that can come from the livestock judging industry, the collegiate side a lot. I have Mr. Zimmerman walking down through here again, going to go ahead and get those final touches on these goats and go ahead and pull a couple more of them that he might have overlooked there at first. And that's really good about this setup here. He kind of gets that option to have a second look.
Yeah, to kind of echo what Thomas said, there's a lot of opportunity in the livestock judging world that some people may overlook initially. Me personally, speaking from personal experience, I didn't have a lot of opportunities in Washington State to do that back home, and so I kind of had to branch out and look for things myself, and I'm so glad I did because the lifelong connections that I've made have been extremely valuable to me as far as meeting new people and making those connections. Super blessed to have had that opportunity to judge at the junior college level and senior college level. Fortunate enough to get the opportunity to do that. It's a blast every time. Every time you step onto the shavings, and just a great opportunity. I highly recommend if you're interested in livestock judging at all to give it a second look, because it will impact you greatly.
Another thing to kind of feed off of that, getting to play a little bit of a coaching role there for a little bit. I will say, those of you young kids that are sitting there going, oh, well, I didn't get recruited out of high school. Don't be afraid to give those coaches a call at at any school, no matter what it is. And I guarantee, I can honestly say, I don't know a coach in the junior college game that wouldn't give any kid the time of day, to kind of see and give them a chance to. Talk to them, figure out what their program's like, see if it'd be a good fit
Ladies and gentlemen,
for
let's
you.
congratulate these exhibitors on a job well done. They've done a fantastic effort with these projects. We're tremendously proud of our work.
Have our second sift headed out of here out of Class 6. Those, all like we said earlier.
Market Goat Exhibitors, if you've got a Class 7 entry, make your way to the staging area at this time. Market Goat Exhibitors with a Class 7 entry.
All these young kids are doing an awesome job. If you're watching there on the web and you've got any type of young child or young kid out here that's exhibiting, you be sure at home, let them know that you were watching. That means a lot to these kids. I know that from personal experience. I'd get aunt, uncle, or grandma would give me a holler afterwards. It's one of the really cool things about today's technology and livestock world is we have the ability to webcast. That's something from a couple of different companies out there, and they all do an awesome job. So that's what make sure that you let those kids know you were watching them. How they did and everything in that regard. It means more to them kids than what you probably think of there at first. I know I always like to have those people watching me that I know cared, but getting ready to run into our group that would have that made it through. They got to go to the scale here for Class 6. They're coming in the ring. I don't know about you, Tyson, but it looks like the heat is turned up.
Yeah, super competitive sift here at a Class 6. A lot of stout powerhouses in here and some good-looking ones too. A lot of really good goats out here. Super excited to see which ones he uses and just see the goats that come out of this class.
Yeah, to kind of go off Tyson there. I know a lot of us, sitting ringside like, oh, this one looks good. Video camera, this one looks good. I tell you what, sitting up here, I don't see one that doesn't look good. That's just a testament to these young kids, these breeders that are sitting out here. The breeders that are here, breeders that couldn't make it down. it's a true testament. It takes a lot of time to get these goats to look like this, from the kids, from those breeders, from their jocks, however you want to label it. But I tell you what, looking out here, ooh, buddy, I'd be excited to say that if I raised any of them, Mr. Kimball, I tell you what, they all look pretty good.
Yeah, absolutely. Super high quality out here. Lots of good goats out here. Be proud. These are super high quality.
Got Mr. Zimmerman out here making another look. I can only imagine, you could step foot in his mind, what's going on in there, It's like, okay, well, this one's got muscle. This one has muscle. This one's good built. Well, this one's good built and has muscle. There's a lot of those things going on there through your mind, Yeah, something we can't see on the video camera is how these things are handling. And that's one thing Mr. Zimmerman, just kind of knowing how he does and how he's judged shows in the past. He's about as good as knowing how them things are going to handle before he actually gets in there on them, of course. But, a big deal, how those things touch, keeping them fresh, keeping that shape over their rack, the right kind of freshness and expressive look, and having plenty of turn down through their lower leg, the extra feature, all that's extra bonus, and the extension up front, the extra elevation, we like to call it, lower body balance, being tucked up, all those fun terms we've got. Mr. Zimmerman, he's been touching on them all morning. It's pretty cool to get out here and see these young individuals. Tyson, if you had a species here at San Antonio that you thought would be the coolest to judge, what would it be?
Well, I'm a cattle guy myself. Definitely like the cattle aspect as far as that goes. Got some commercial cows back home that we breed on there. But as far as the coolest species go, these goats are awfully intriguing. Just something that's more unique than anything else you'd really see. The breeders here are doing something special with these goats to get them to be the best they can be. The hog show here is awfully competitive as well, but as far as uniqueness and the most fun to judge, I'd have to say the goats, just because they are in a league of their own as far as what we're looking for.
That's what Mr. Kimball. I was sitting over there with Dr. Ramsey earlier and watching the old sheep show. Had those South Downs in there, and I tell you what, they were cool. Of course, came over here to talk to y'all. Didn't get to actually see who ends up getting that cool division champion over there on the South Down side. But I can tell you what, they're class 1 through 4. Ooh, the heaters were there. Those classes were deep. They were good. I tell you what, though, if you were to judge a show here, I think Mr. Zimmerman's kind of got it going on here. I mean, yeah, these goats have changed so much in just a short amount of time. We talked about making them so stout, powerful for years, and now all of us, now we got to make sure we balance, we proportion, and we're good built. It's something that's really, really cool to see. Now, don't get me wrong, we've got some really good judges here coming. For those of y'all, I like to call the Barra show here. Most people do the Super Bowl of all Barra shows. It's cool. Those things are good. I say good. They're flat incredible. On the hog side, have a whale of a set of a head judge and assistant judge coming for that deal with Mr. Hilty and Boble. I tell you what, those two, if y'all tune in just to listen to somebody, those two do an awesome job describing livestock, and just the way that their minds work is flat incredible. That's what having Mr. Willoughby over there on the sheep side. I mean, one of those guys that describes him to a T. I mean, doesn't try to get out there, try to act like he's too smart or anything in that regard. Not trying to get out there and say big words that nobody understands. He's just over there describing livestock, talking to each one of them kids, kind of telling them, here's a few little things, and then talking that top 5 to 7 of them over there consistently. And I tell you what, it's fun to watch him, listen to him, just the way he breaks them down. That's something for all you people that are everyone out there that's just trying to learn. I think that's a great thing to do, is just, when you're watching these shows, make sure your volume's turned up when the judge gets to talking, and you can really kind of, see where they're coming from. That's, every judge, of course, is going to have their own opinion, but at the end of the day, you'll see a lot of these good ones have a lot of those same qualities, especially at a show like this. So we kind of get to be a little more opinionated there on the top end, of course. But we'll get in here here in a couple minutes when Mr. Zimmerman kind of gets this Class 6 really kind of dialed down here. I know he's going to get out here, get to talking, and he's going to do an awesome job describing them. So I'm really excited to hear what he's got to say. Mr. Kimball, what would you say is on your collegiate livestock judging career? What was a fun highlight, or what was your favorite contest throughout your time?
I'm not big on bragging on myself here, but I guess the one cool thing to be a part of, actually I did not mark at that third overall finish there at the third high team at Denver. That was a really cool opportunity as far as the livestock judging things go, to be a part of.
Ladies and gentlemen, these exhibitors made their first pull in the competitive class. We're really proud of their hard work. Let's congratulate them as they exit the arena.
Yeah, and Mr. Zimmerman made his second sift here, and sending some pretty good ones out there. But the ones left standing, they're extremely high quality as well. It's a tough job to do, but he's going to make his pick of his top 9 here after he's done evaluating them here, and go from there.
Market goat exhibitors, second call for class number 7. If you have a class 7 market goat, we need you at the staging area.
Yeah, so I kind of shared a highlight there, Thomas. What was one of your highlights there from your collegiate judging experience?
Oh, I think there's a bunch of them when it all really comes down to it. At the end of the day, you can talk about a bunch of individual awards and everything in that regard. But like Tyson talked about, those team awards, whether maybe if I was an influential part in it or not, those were always the most fun to talk about. Those van rides back home and all that type of stuff. As a team, getting down there to win that SLE contest was a lot of fun. In Kansas City, personally, Tyson himself actually had a good day as well, getting to be Kansas City is probably my favorite memory. There at the Royal, I was 4th high individual overall. That was a fun day. Not to take away from our California trip. Those young kids that get to do that, getting to go out there to that Triple Crown deal out there. It's a fun contest. It's a 3-day contest actually, and you judge hogs one day, 12 classes of them. You judge sheep and goats one day, 12 classes of them, and then you also do cattle that last day. And then there's reasons all throughout all 3 of them days. And I got the privilege to be the high individual overall at that. That was a fun contest. Long 3 days, no doubt, but a really cool experience to go see some stuff out there that you don't get to see very often, being from the Midwest or even down here in Texas. It's a really cool opportunity for those young individuals to get to travel leaps and bounds, miles upon miles with your best friends. And this whole livestock judging deal, it's pretty fun. You think of a van ride that's going to take 10 hours, and all of a sudden you're sitting there playing cards or whatever it may be there in the van, and next thing you know, you're sitting there on hour 6 and you're almost there, and it all flies by pretty quick whenever you're doing something you love with people that you care about. I don't know about you, Tyson, but getting them out here, getting them in motion is probably my favorite view. These goats. I mean, it's a testament. They're out there, getting out there. You get to see how those things get out, reach and stride, how flexible they are, and then they really kind of pull themselves together. Especially them real good ones, they get better in motion. It's a fun lap.
Yeah, I think you can see a lot of their parts and pieces in motion also. Definitely a very valuable view to get at those goats. Mr. Zimmerman here is going to make his final selection of this class, and here pretty quickly.
Mr. Zimmerman's out here getting in here, getting that final sword out between these young individuals. Something else to kind of correlate to our top judge program. If you want to click in y'all big podcast group, this livestock judging world or the agriculture world in general, there's a podcast called Top Sort. You'll see some of us that are part of this top judge program, and hear from some industry leaders there on that. But Mr. Kimball and I here in a couple weeks, we're going to have our interview, and make sure you tune in. I know a couple of the kids there at Oklahoma State. They just got done with theirs. The kids there at K-State, those guys and girls are getting ready to have theirs just right alongside us. So I know there's already some really good podcasts for y'all to go out and go listen to. It's called Top Sort. But there's going to be some really good ones here coming up, some good questions, some good just industry-driven times, real good conversations between those guys and gals that kind of help run this industry at the highest level that we can make it. Big step here. Class has been chosen. Got them all sorted out. Mr. Zimmerman's getting ready to let us all know his opinion and why he's doing what he's doing. So make sure you tune in, pay attention, and listen. It's about to be a lot of fun listening to one of the greats.
Synergy class, challenging class, but I think when you talk about this goat that wins the class, he's the most combinational for me. He gets the most good out of everything that you look for. He's not the biggest goat by means. He's not the longest goat, but in relation to what his expression of muscle and his touch and his handle, and you combine that with his frame size, he's big enough. He's certainly good enough in terms of his handle. He's extremely fresh to the touch. He's smooth down his top. A goat that's really stout from the ground up is what we've seen today. To me, I like him in terms of that three-quarter view. He's really dimensional. And where he excels the class, he's smooth down his top, he's smooth in his lines, he's balanced up, he handles extremely well in terms of his transition. His blade ties in quite nicely. He travels about the arena very athletically. I like him to win the class. This is a deceiving goat because when this young lady gets into him, those jump muscles really get up, and he looks like he doesn't blend in quite as well, but he's deep in terms of his loin. Again, one that's up-fronted, elevated, and really stout. To me, in terms of his handle, he has a tendency to get a little easy in his top. I think that's accentuated relative to his jump muscle appearance, relative to that transition at hip loin. To me, he's not quite as nice in terms of his overall hip design. He's a little bit rounder. Yeah, he's long-bodied, he's up-fronted. He's just not quite as complete and smooth as what we see in our class winner. Very challenging goat in third. This is a raw handling goat. In fact, I say that. I think he could probably have a little bit more condition. It's going to smooth him up more. He's the roughest made one of the top three. Extremely long-bodied. This is the goat that just kind of gets a little bit looser in terms of his overall makeup as he travels. He certainly doesn't handle with the depth of loins what we see in first and second. I'd like to see that transition just a little bit better, a little bit flatter down his top line, but in terms of length of body and extension, exceptionally well. A challenging goat in the fourth-place hole, and I like him because he's got a good rack shape. I like him in terms of his curve to his rib. This is the one when you compare him relative to the ones ahead of him, he wants to get a little bit more tapered towards his tailhead, doesn't have dimension out his hip. It gets a little bit flatter in terms of his stifle, doesn't have quite the depth of loin, but when you look at him from the side, he's cool-ribbed and good luck and looking from the side. Challenging goat to round the class out with. Probably the shortest sided goat of our top five. He's the one that we need to pull him apart just a bit more. He's the one that gets a little bit easier in his top. Again, to me, when you take a look at him, he travels with that natural base width. We just need to firm him up, pull him apart, strengthen him up his top line a little bit more to make him more competitive. Nice set of goats up here in the top end. I really congratulate all these young exhibitors on an outstanding job. Good job.
Mr. Zimmerman did not disappoint all you young folks out there listening. I mean, dialed them in. I told you exactly, right on point, especially just with details. Okay, the way that he broke them down, it's cool to listen to these guys. You know, that do it themselves. They understand how hard some of those pieces are to breed, how hard they are to get out there and do. It's pretty fun to listen to those judges at this level. Class 6 is heading out. Had an awesome class there. Ended up being 3 sifts worth, and that's a lot of goats to work
class
with.
number 6 in 9th place, member of the Guadalupe County 4-H, Shiloh Purdom. In 8th place, member of the Kaufman County 4-H, Katie Jewett. In 7th place from the Riviera Coffer FFA, Elena de la Paz, also a Texas-bred winner raised by Bull Livestock in Kingsville. Your 6th place exhibitor comes to us from the Leon County 4-H, Avery Waters. In 5th place, a member of the Brown County 4-H, Johnson Wise. 4th place represents the Runnels County 4-H, Royce Cook. In 3rd from the Fisher County 4-H, Carter Sherwitz, also a Texas-bred winner raised by Spencer Farms in Roby. Your 2nd place exhibitor represents the Denver City FFA, Reagan Miller, also a Texas-bred winner raised by Blue Team Weathers in Zephyr. And your class winner in class number 6, a member of the Burnett County 4-H, Ford Brooks, also a Texas-bred winner raised by Evans Livestock in Burnett. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors and a competitive class number 6.
Pretty cool there. He kind of talked about some different things. You know, have those young individuals. You got to hear some of those breeders as well from all over the country. You know, definitely some big time breeders in this goat deal sitting here in Texas. I know, being a guy from a Midwestern state, we definitely end up down here coming towards Texas, South Texas especially. Get down there with some of them guys. We come down here to go ahead and get our goats as well. Definitely some really good breeders that sit up there in the Midwest or up there in the northern parts of the region as well. But pretty neat. Go ahead and they let everybody know, you know, where they come from, what, you know, who those young kids are, get their names out there. It's pretty neat to see. Have the first part of Class 7 coming in. Going to start our shift once again, getting a goat out here. Red, got a little speck up there on his head. You know, neat colored little guy. Almost solid red though. Another one's headed in, stout, powerful, big footed. Same type of routine we just had. Mr. Zimmerman's out here, you know, getting those things, getting all those looks so we can see. You know, those are important. Getting that whole 360 view as soon as these young individuals and these goats hit the ring. It's important. You know, you'll see him moving around, kind of getting those looks, especially on the ones he's just wanting to make sure on. For those of y'all that are just tuning in to watch your young individuals here on Class 7, I'm here. I'm Thomas Owings. I went to the University of Arkansas, originally from North Central Missouri, and then sitting here with me on the block. You're gonna be hear from him as well, about Mr. Tyson Kimball. He's also from the University of Arkansas, originally from the state of Washington, though. So yes, those of y'all that are just now tuning in with us, hopefully we can help keep you entertained. You know, all these classes, they take some time. You know, make sure everything's right. Make sure each kid gets their fair view. You know, try to give you a little bit of our perspective along with it. getting them out here. Those ones that would have made an initial sift already down there and under the scales, getting their weights done and everything like that, so they can go ahead and come back. But got Mr. Zimmerman going down through here. We talked about handle a little bit earlier, something that he's been working on a lot. Big handle. Got to make sure those things are fresh, have some extra shape to them. That muscle texture. You'll hear a lot of us younger judging kids talk about muscle texture. It's something that we're feeling is pretty important. Needs to coming back into this industry. Just keeping those things fresh. Their height differences. How thick heighted might one be or one might be or anything in that regard. It plays a difference into how those how these goats handle over their rack and everything into their loin, all that fun stuff.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate these exhibitors on a job well done. We're tremendously proud of their hard work.
Yeah, that first sift of Class 7 headed out the ring right now. Super high quality class here, deep class. But one that was just a little bit smaller numbers-wise, but still exceptional quality. Getting ready to bring that second half in here of Class 7 to make that initial sort on in.
Coming in here, got our second group, Class 7 coming in, getting a couple getting pulled already, making that sift. It's always fun. Those young individuals always kind of makes your heart happy, make around that ring. Getting that pull off the bat. That's definitely a fun feeling.
Yeah, and Mr. Zimmerman's being efficient, but he's also not rushing it. He's taking his time to make sure everybody gets their look, but he's being efficient while doing it, and that's something that's really hard to do that I think he does exceptionally well. Just pulling more goats here for the sift, but one thing that I think he does extremely well is making sure everybody gets their look, regardless of the animal, and because there's a lot of time and effort that goes into these projects.
This Zimmerman just pulled one out here, cool colored, painted up weather. Once again, real stout, wide constructed, really round ribbed. Guys, plenty there up high. Big, stout, powerful type of goat. Always fun to see that kind walk in the ring. Making sure you get those looks. Mr. Zimmerman just making sure all those looks are good, making sure they're correct. Like Tyson hinted at or talked about there for a second, efficiency on a show this big, it's a little different than if we're at a county fair. But at the same time, these judges, when they get to this level, are very good at making sure each kid has their own opportunity. Make sure that each kid, is seen for themselves and kind of what they've done with their project. No kid is getting left out, not getting a fair shot, not getting a fair chance. The little young lady there got her pink bow. She's, stomping her way, headed to the scale. That's that good, good mentality. She said, all right, let's go. It's go time. Young man's also headed over. I saw him earlier over in the South Down ring. Had a really nice South Down there, Mr. Kimball. Kind of a testament to those young people. They may have more than one. Just how good, how much effort and time it takes for those young people to do that. Mr. Kimball, what's one part of your upbringing that you think played a big role just in you as an individual? If you were to hand out to those young people that are listening here, something that you'd recommend them to pay attention to.
Well, as far as my story goes,
Marky Goat Exhibitors, if you have a Class 8 entry, the final class of our second division, we'd invite you to make your way to the staging area. Class 8 Market Goat entries.
As far as my story goes, I can definitely say that it was not all me. I do think that that support system that I found played a pivotal role as far as the way I got to where I am today. I would definitely not be here if it weren't for the support system that's believed in me since day one and has continued to push me beyond my limits. That's something that I think is extremely important for youth out there, is to keep investing in that support system that they have, because mom and dad, they're the ones toting them to shows and dragging them everywhere, and I think it's extremely important that they keep investing in that support system and building those relationships with those individuals that continue to pour into their passion and their livelihood. That's one thing that I'm extremely fortunate and blessed to have, is a really good support system that has believed in me since day one. Thomas, what about you? What can you say has contributed to your kind of upbringing, and what got you here?
I think that's a very good question. To kind of feed off Mr. Kimball there, all you young kids that are sitting there listening, don't go a day without telling those people that are your support system how much they mean to you, what all they've done for you. And I know at times may be tough, but it means a lot. Just a few of those words can change or make or break a day. Especially for all those people. So, make sure they know, whether if it's mom, dad, big brother, little brother, sister, whatever it may be, ag teacher, extension agent, aunt, uncle, grandma, grandpa, the long list that goes along there with it. Some of your jocks that are helping you, that are coming, miles upon miles, or those breeders that are also playing a pivotal role. Just kind of let them know every now and then. How much it means to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Congratulate these exhibitors. We're very proud of their effort.
Sending out this first part of Class 7. Once again, like we talked about earlier, all these young kids, they put a lot of time and effort into these projects. No one should be leaving this ring with their head down whatsoever. There's a lot of the good ones that are leaving the ring right now. A lot of them that, we talk about having the basics. There's a lot of them out here that are wide constructed, good bodied, and have muscle. But it's just that, a testament to how good this show is, how much it takes to get to this level. We're getting ready to pull out, getting ready to send some more of these kids through here. But to go along there kind of with Tyson about that question, My dad, my big brother, and my mom, of course, and then having a real good support system there. But with my dad, he kind of brought us up in this deal. There's not much else that we kind of knew. Showing livestock, judging livestock. It was his passion, and we got lucky enough that it's also my brother and I's passion as well. But my big brother, in terms of livestock judging in general, has played probably the biggest role in my career. Just in terms of putting me where I need to be, helping me out when I need to, kind of been through some of those situations that I've been through before. That makes a big difference. He was very successful back in his day. He's about 6 years older than I am, so a little bit of a different time period in all reality, as fast as all this changes. But having that support system and what you do on a daily basis will completely change your outlook. I think that goes both ways for these young kids and for those older people that are sitting there that are pouring their time, energy, and soul into those young kids. Don't think that it doesn't go unrecognized. And I know at times, especially us young people, don't do a good enough job of letting them know that. But we do appreciate it. It means a lot to us. And that's what back home, I've got, mom and dad and my big brother, Matthew, and then his girlfriend Erin. I've got my goats back home, and they're there taking care of them for me.
Rocky Goat Exhibitors, second call for Class 8. Final class of our second division. Make your way to the staging area.
I know Mr. Kimball can testify to that as well. Back home, his mom, dad, grandpa, and his brothers, playing those roles that, when we're out here doing this, living our dream, someone has to be doing that hard work at times. And, that's just something we don't always let them know enough. So, those of y'all that are listening, just know that it is appreciated. We don't get here. We don't get to this point. These young people don't get to be out here in this ring. They don't get to be at home or in their ag barn, with their projects every day without that support system at home. And those you kids that are sitting here and maybe think your support system's not maybe as strong. I guarantee it. There's people there for you. There's people that are always in your corner. There's somebody there that wants to be there for you. And don't push those good people away. I know at times we can get frustrated, but make sure those good people that we've got, keep them close, because when times get tough, those good people are the ones that are going to step up for us. But yeah, all you kids out there, just remember, it takes a lot. It takes an army to get one animal. Okay, one of these, 80 to 120-pound goats, to get them in the ring. It isn't just one person that's doing it. It takes a whole army to do that. So. With great work ethic, you can achieve great success. But it comes at a cost on everybody. But that's where you have to realize those costs are worth it. We talk about the livestock industry in general. Of course, I don't have a child myself, but I know a lot of my buddies and a lot of the older generation and growing up in it. I definitely would say this is the greatest industry to grow up in. Don't get me wrong, sports are great. In high school, I played basketball, had a lot of fun with my team back in the day, but I can genuinely, honestly say that there's nothing quite like, going to your 4-H meetings, going to shows, having those chapter meetings in FFA, and that's something you'll share with those people that are alike whenever you go into those avenues later on in life, that you realize, you had that connection. In this agriculture industry, because it's a deep-rooted tie. It's been around for a long time. Agriculture, still the backbone of the United States, and that's something that we hold and cherish. So, there's no greater place to raise a young individual, I don't believe, than in a show barn or in a barn in general. Whether if that's working calves, getting out there working hair every day, working these legs on these goats, making sure bodies are good and feed regimens are learned. You can change so much about these creatures within a short amount of time, just with the different feeds, additives we've got out there. And those of you kids, thinking about doing that, there's all sorts of nutritionist jobs out there, where you get to sit there and formulate a new additive or a new feed that's gonna do exactly what you wish, you could have had back whenever you were judging, or back whenever you were showing, even better yet. So, it's all evolving. We have to make sure that we remember where our roots come from, though. Don't ever get too big to remember where the basics sit. Mr. Zimmerman's getting these individuals lined back out here, going to go on profile, have another sift before he really kind of gets down into the nit and gritty. It's like we talked about that Class 6 that just got done. Just seems like just a second ago. Mr. Kimball and I were talking about, man, they were good. But I tell you what, looking out here on Class 7, I don't think our quality meter's gone down at all. I mean, these goats, these young individuals, these are good species, real good projects. Real stout, powerful, opened up. And that's, you kind of look out here, you kind of see a common trend. Whether they're maybe a notch different, and we talk about different types and kinds, but they're all really good in their respective kind that they are.
And he's sending them in a lap here to get that view in motion, one that we said was pretty valuable earlier, and I still believe that. One that I think you can definitely see all the parts and pieces of the animal in motion, and that's what he's doing, I think.
Just to kind of follow up with Mr. Kimball there, when they get these goats in motion, their pieces, they can come together so well. And they get out there, and you can kind of see the difference just in the mentality of some of these goats, the way that they kind of get out there, kind of prance around. They know they've got the good stuff. It's pretty fun to watch them get out there. They kind of look like they want to be here. It's something that a lot of people may not understand if you haven't had the ability or had the privilege to show the species or show livestock before is. These animals, they know just as well as we do what's going on. Those ones, they love it. They love being showed. They get pampered better than most people live. I know that. Especially back home, they live a better life and eat more expensive meals than I do. Our show program, I know these kids aren't any different in that regard. So. It's pretty neat. A lot of people might think, different things, right, wrong, or indifferent. But these animals, they know just as well what they're doing as much as we're helping them do it. You'll see these. If you watch these goats, especially people that are here live, you can watch them. Like this young lady here in the dark blue with that close to being a solid red goat. I mean,
ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. We've got a great set of kids out here, made their first pull in an awesome class. We're very proud of their hard work.
That goat there, he knows he's sitting there, he's bracing, he knows he's here for a purpose. And as you look down the line, all them goats, they hold that same mentality. That's pretty cool to see. We get up here, later on, we have a class winner, or even when those goats get pulled, later on in the day, those divisions and those grand champions, you watch them goats, they know when they've got it won, and they like it. They like that feeling just as much as we do. Mr. Zimmerman making sure he's getting all those views. We talk about in the livestock judging world. That three-quarter view is very valuable on sheep and goats, especially. You can tell so much. How round-bodied they are, if they're going to have muscle, true base width, skeletal width down low. And also, you can kind of tell, how tucked up they're going to be in terms of their chest, how everything's going to lay in terms of their shoulder, head, neck attachment, levelness, hip, and how they're going to get out and go in motion. You can tell a lot of that stuff from that three-quarter view. Watching Mr. Zimmerman get down through here, going to going to go through. We've been talking about that handle. It's very, very important. How the handle there over their rack, having that freshness, that crisp shape, that kind of square edge there over their loin and everything in that regard. Big square rack and loin is very, very valuable. Mr. Kimball, what's one part, we talk about these goats especially, that is an aspect that or that you feel like is very important when we talk about raising or even judging these market goats?
Well, from a livestock judging background, especially in the college side of things, if we're talking about market goats, they got to have muscle. That's one of the fundamentals that I think they got to have, and I haven't seen a goat out here that hasn't had muscle. A lot. That's one thing that's super important for me when judging market animals is muscularity. But outside of that, some stoutness, some burliness as far as their feature goes, and then how balanced they are from the side is another thing that I think ties into that also. So just a couple of those aspects, but. What about you, Thomas? You seem to dabble in the goat industry a little bit more than I do. What's one thing that you think is extremely important?
Oh, that's kind of as we look at it. There's some different aspects of it, whether if we're breeding them, if we're trying to make wethers, if we're trying to make does, or, if you're shooting for the big shot, trying to make that big time, that new buck that could come out and be an industry leader. Kind of follow along there with Tyson, and the one thing I know is on the basic side, we've got to have muscle, right, on these market goats. Even on our doe side, we still kind of like to have some of that extra muscle, and that all starts, for those of y'all that are wondering, like, man, how do we get these things to be so big muscled? It all starts with their foundation, right? So those really wide constructed, wide chested, really round bodied animals are going to be able to put on that extra muscle that lays there on top of that foundation. Muscle is really kind of the outer layer whenever we talk about how we breed these things, because we have to have all that underneath in order to have all that muscle there up high. And I know once we get okay with enough muscle, definitely that look is probably the hardest thing to breed into these goats and still keep that extra punch that we like to see. That's what makes these breeders so valuable, is when they've figured out how to mass replicate that extra look up front with that extra wide chest, round body, and dimension there over their rack and through their lower leg. And then on top of that, just put that extra ring presence and just kind of floatability when they get out there. It's hard to do. It's something that these breeders have spent a long time doing to try to work on. It's not something that's easy. Otherwise, I guess everyone would try to raise elite show goats. But yeah, those of y'all that are trying to get it figured out, talking about just on the breeding aspect, you got to have that skeletal width and roundness of body in order to kind of have that extra muscle that lays up there on top of it. And get in here into our top six. Man, I tell you what, they're good. Mr. Kimball, these goats, these top six, heck, I don't know. Now sitting in here into the top five, young man there, should not bow his head at all. That goat's extremely good. And that, you can tell that he's put his time and effort into that goat. And there's some of these ones out here that are, probably wouldn't want to know what the checkbook was to get some of these goats, because, they are flat incredible. You could get out here and probably have 5 different judges, and you might have 5 different evaluations of how this top 5 needs to go. That's the cool part about Mr. Zimmerman's job today. He's the one that's getting paid for his opinion. Very respectable man within the industry. We talked about earlier. He kind of, the way that he describes livestock, it's fun to listen to him and sit down and have a conversation with a guy like him that just has the mentality that he does. It's quite impressive just to kind of pick his mind and how this whole industry runs, and how he thinks, how he prioritizes things. Is maybe different than the way you or I might do it, but it's always really cool to sit down and talk to those guys that have the mentality like Mr. Zimmerman Mr. Willoughby that's sitting over there on the other side. And then we talk about, if you've tuned into the cattle side at all, Mr. Yoakum, Mr. Bloomberg over there, those guys, it's their mentality. They share that same mentality. We're here for the kids. We're here to evaluate a bunch of livestock today. There's no doubt about it. Hang some big banners, give out a bunch of money here at San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. That's one of the coolest parts about this show. But these judges, making sure each kid gets their own individual view, and then knowing, how valuable that sales slot is, especially here at San Antonio. It's something that's very, very important. And those judges, they don't just get down through here and go, okay, here's my class winner in my second place, and just kind of end up going off the rail after that, because they know how valuable, sitting in that, getting a sales slot, getting that brand here is so, so valuable. Well, Mr. Zimmerman just made his final decision here to go ahead and get Class 7 placed off. Mr. Kimball and I, we're going to end up going off the air here after he gets done talking this class. If you want to tune in and listen to us again, we're going to be over on the Dorper Ring here in a little while when they kind of get rolling, get to going. It's been fun. It's been awesome. Hopefully we've played a nice little part in your day. Once again, my name's Thomas Owings. I'm in the University of Arkansas, reside there in north central Missouri. Thank you.
And once again, my name's Tyson Kimball. Great opportunity here to get to chat through these couple of classes of goats. But we're gonna let Mr. Zimmerman do his thing here, and we're gonna go ahead and check out.
I just kind of give you in real quick. Don't be afraid. There's plenty of places to reach out to if y'all ever have any questions. Coming up, I know we've got some great minds here right in behind us. Mr. Tate Hogan and Ashton O'Brien are gonna take over here to finish off this division. They're gonna sit in here with you on Class 8. Go ahead and finish off that division. I know they're gonna have a lot of great things to say, so don't be afraid. Sit in here, listen to them. I know just sitting there and talking to them, it's gonna be a fun time for y'all sitting on the air. So but it should be real good. Probably do a better job than what we were. But thank you once again. It's been awesome.
A really nice duo here up in the top end. I think the young lady's goat that wins the class. He's just better in his design. He's better in his body. He's better in his rib. Certainly a really long-bodied and elevated one. And again, he doesn't have that perfect manicured hair on those legs, but he's stout enough. To me, when you combine that stoutness down his top, the good really balance in terms of his underline, power in terms of his stifle, he's so smooth down his top line in terms of his handle and his transition from that hip point junction. Again, one that's opened up through his front, but yet still clean. One that's got a big old forearm. I like him as he travels away from you. I like his extension. I like his touch and handle. That's why he wins the class. It's a really nice goat in the second place. Again, one maybe just a notch shorter from flank to flank, maybe just a little bit rounder out his hip than what we see our class winner, but certainly one in terms of power, in terms of depth of loin, in terms of elevation up off the ground. I like him as well. He's not near as long a body as what we see in our class winner, not near as good in terms of his overall hip, but certainly one that's got some stifle and some power and some touch, and I like that. I talked with this young lady before we got on the mic. I wanted to use this goat. I kept wanting to use this goat to win the class because that's the goat that's built for me relative to from the ground up. He's stout. He's so big-footed. He's such a good bladed goat, one that's just really big-ended in terms of his hip. I want to lengthen him up. I want to elevate him up through his front third, and I really want to give him just a bit more power in terms of his loin. He just wants to roll in that loin just ever so slightly. You'd think he'd have more power and top shape in relation to first and second than he really does, especially with one that's designed like that out of his hip. Just needs to be a bigger package, just a bit more powerful. Young lady's challenging goat is a dark colored goat because from a distance he looks the part. He has a tendency to get a little bit easier in his top. I like to strengthen him right behind his shoulders just a little bit, but I love his elevation. Again, I like him how that neck comes out of that shoulder. I like him in terms of his tail set when you put your hands on him. in terms of rack, he's acceptable. He just doesn't have the loins, what we see in first, second, and third. He gets a little bit rounder. He just wants to get ever so easy in his top line, and I'd like to change that about him. Round out the class, again, one that's long body, one that gets easy in his top. He's the piecier one of the top 5. When you get him on the move, he just gets a little bit looser as he travels about the arena. Want to change that about him, but I like his shape down his top line, and that's a very competitive top 5 here. Let's give them a round of applause. Good job.
Your results from class number 7. In 9th place, a member of the Brownwood FFA, Ella Haynes, also a Texas breadwinner raised by Blue Team Weathers and Zephyr. 8th place comes to us from Wheeler County 4-H, Aiden Garza, another Texas breadwinner. That one was raised by Mock Livestock in Stephenville. 7th place represents the Vista Ridge FFA, Kylie Tobias. In 6th place, we have a member of the Tahoka FFA, Hayes Hawthorne. 5th place comes to us from the Williamson County 4-H, Tayden Talley. Your 4th place exhibitor from the Panola County 4-H, Montse Chavez. In 3rd place, a member of the Uvalde County 4-H, Avery Walker. 2nd place comes to us from the Robertson County 4-H, Avery Rawson. And your class winner in class number 7, a member of the Smithson Valley FFA, Brooklyn Howe. Also a Texas breadwinner raised by Mock Livestock in Stephenville. Marquee Goat exhibitors, we're bringing Class 8 in the ring at this time. If you had a first or second from Class 6 or 7, we'd invite you to be making preparations for our Division II Champion Drive. A second reminder that after the completion of Division II, we'll be taking a 30-minute lunch break before we start back with Division III. 30-minute lunch break after Division II.
Well, if you're just now tuning into the live stream, we switched over webcasters here, and I'm Tate Hogan. I'm from Sterling City, Texas. After high school, I went on to judge at Butler Community College, and then took my talents to Texas A&M.
And I'm here with Tate. My name's Ashton O'Brien. I'm here with Tate right now. My name's Ashlyn O'Brien. I'm from Perrysburg, Ohio. I also went to Butler Community College with him, and then I went to Oklahoma State to be on the livestock judging team. But we're really excited to be here, get to listen to our just beautiful monotone voices, talk to class, but it's a great day in San Antonio.
Yeah, so this would be the first half of the Class 8, and he's obviously going to pull the ones that he likes to resort after he pulls his out of the second class. And after all these goats get in, he's going to go back down the line and make sure that he didn't miss one that he would like to reevaluate.
Yeah, so out of our last class, we had Brooklyn Howell from Smithson Valley FFA. She was our class winner. And then second place was Avery Rawson from Robertson County 4-H. So there we go. We got some 89-pounders in there.
It's probably going to take Ashton and I a little bit to warm up to this. It's kind of a new experience. This will be our last class in Division II, and obviously that after this he's going to select his Division II champion, and then like they had announced earlier, there's going to be a 30-minute lunch break after that.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate these exhibitors. They've done a fantastic job with these projects.
So if you're tuning in right here, we are sending out the first group. He pulled quite a few to go get weighed, and then we'll bring in the next group and he'll do the same thing. But really good job out here of exhibitors. They worked pretty hard, so hopefully there's no sad kids out there because they did a great job.
Like Ashlyn had mentioned earlier, this is the second group of Class 8, and this will be Eric Zimmerman as our judge today. And obviously he's going to go through and pull the ones that he wants to reevaluate to see if they're going to make the top 9, which they sell 9 out of each class. So.
Looks like he liked the last three, pulled those, and he's going to go through handle probably, see if he can pick out a few more, and then we're going to send out this group and hopefully bring back the ones that just got weighed. But looks like a really deep and good class out here. Got some kids doing a really great job. They've worked super hard for this, so we'll just see how it shakes out.
Market goat exhibitors. We're looking for one exhibitor that would have had a Class 7 goat that needs to be reporting to the truck area. Jace Lara from Bear County 4-H, we need your goat reporting to the truck, please.
Mr. Zimmerman's getting his last couple looks in, see if he missed one or just maybe wanted to give another kid another chance at maybe making this sale.
Let's put our hands together and congratulate these exhibitors on a job well done.
He just sent out the ones that he didn't end up pulling in Class 8, but like Ashlyn had mentioned earlier, a really deep class, and a couple of good ones are gonna end up making the truck. But I mean, that's just a testament to the quality of the San Antonio Goat Show.
Market Goat Exhibitors, if you've got a first or second place entry from Class 6 or 7, we need you to begin making your way to the show area for preparation in our champion drive in Division 2. First and second place from Class 6 or 7, please make your way to the staging area for our Division 2 drive.
So if you're just now tuning into the live stream, Mr. Zimmerman is picking his top 9 to make the sale. And once he sifts off that bottom end, he's going to send them out the gate and really get to sorting on these top 9. I guess maybe I'm a little partial to San Antonio because I've been competing at the livestock judging contest since I think I was about in 5th grade, so 11, 12 years old, and I've just always loved the quality of the animals and the atmosphere and how it feels. Even though the numbers are big, it really does feel like a family atmosphere and very tight-knit community, and everybody really wants everybody else to do good. And I know that I'd shown a couple goats and maybe I didn't do I wasn't as successful as I really wanted to be, but I was always given a hug and a handshake by maybe even people that I didn't know. But I just really like the atmosphere of San Antonio.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with Tate. Obviously, being from the north, this is a little new to me, but man, the environment here is always just so great. Really, really good crowd we have going on here. The stands are full, 60-degree day, really awesome weather. Great day for a goat show, and the showmen are doing awesome. We got some well-dressed kids out here. We got that cool striped shirt out there too. But yeah, it's a great day in San Antonio.
So our judge, Mr. Zimmerman, is starting to really get to sorting on these things, and he's placing them bottom to top. So he has a couple more to sort through to really get to those top 9, those sale spots. So we'll see how he ends up doing it here.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. These exhibitors made the first pull and a great set of goats out here. We're very, very proud of their hard work.
Like previously mentioned, he's going to send those bottom couple out, and everything else left in this ring, it does have a sale spot, and so he's going to really get to sorting on these things and see how it ends up shaking out.
Market Goat Exhibitors, this is your second call for our Division II drive. If you had a first or second place entry from Class 6 or 7, we need you to make your way to the staging area in preparation for our Division II drive. First and second place from Class 6 and 7.
I don't know about you, Ashlyn, but I think these top 9 are very competitive. I think there's a lot of quality from top to bottom.
Oh, yeah, I would definitely agree. We got some great showmen out here. They're really getting the most out of these goats. We'll kind of see where he goes from here. I think he's about to pull some, start going from 9 to 1. So, but great group, awesome kids. They're doing a good job. So we're finally down to our top 4. We got some cheers for 5. Probably one of my favorite things about these Texas majors. We get some good crowds out here. But, man, they work so hard. These are big classes, too, so it's a big deal to make it, especially in these sale spots. But, man, all the way through, it was a super deep class. Really, really good showmen, too. So we'll see how these 4 kind of work out here.
our judge, Mr. Zimmerman's getting his last couple feels, and really getting to the nitty and gritty of the top end of this class. And like Ashley had mentioned, all dressed very well, very good presentation, and then we're just going to kind of see how this shakes out and see which kind of direction he wants to go with these top four. Mr. Zimmerman made his final decisions, and he just grabbed the mic, so he's fixing to describe and tell us why he placed those 9 the way he did. And again, right after this is the last class of Division II, so we'll bring out those first and second places from 6, 7, and 8, and we'll see how he likes the division.
We're moving into this 6th class of goats, and I'm going to tell you right now, it got real deep real quick. This is a good one. This is the one that, we've had some really good goats in the first 5 classes. There's 9 really good ones in this class, and the water up here in the top 3 or 4 or 5 is really deep. The young lady's goat to win the class. I tell you, this goat is one of those, when you really look at him, he's just so big in terms of his bone. He's so stout from the ground up. He's circumference of hoof is unbelievable. You transition up to that forearm and how that shoulder lays right in. That neck comes out extremely perfect, in my opinion. You combine that correctness of forerib and that middle portion of his body cavity, and then when you take a look at him, you put your hands on him, he's just so good and grooved up his top. Squaring that rack, really lays that loin really nicely, smooth down his top line, big in his hip. He proportions extremely well. I'm telling you, that fore saddle to hind saddle, that 13th rib, that hind saddle is exceptional. One from that 3/4 view is exceptional as well. You have to kind of say, okay, is he a little steeper in his hip? No, I think it's probably because of his tail set relative to the way he appears from the side. That's not an issue because you get on top of him. He's big hip, big-ended, really stout, and he really handles good. Young man, you got a good paint kind of looking goat in the second place hole. I think he's not quite as nice from the side as what we see in our class winner. To me, again, maybe not quite as explosive down his top, especially in that transition, that loin, but it's one that's got a good rib to him. He's got that good curvature, again, one that's really stout from the ground up. I see his clue that's up through his front end, probably not. That's getting real critical, too, because he's a really good one. I like him in terms of both ends, a really outstanding individual. Young man, you just got a little overpowered today. I think this is the one that's the freaky kind of one. He's the unique one. He's, again, stout from the ground up. He's exceptional in terms of length of front. He's really elevated up off the ground. He's the one that just plays out right behind his shoulders in terms of his handle just a bit more. Doesn't have quite the flat back as what we see in first and second. He maybe have just a little bit more of a flat stifle relative to 1 and 2. That's getting real critical here because he's a good one. I like his elevation. He's really cool. If we had just a little bit more to him, he walks away with the class. Little coarser made goat in the fourth place hole up to that front third. He's the one that wants to get a little bit looser in terms of his blade, but you get him propped up, he's great in terms of shape, power, top, hip, stifle. I like that. I just want to change him on the travel just a bit. I told this young man, I think this goat could handle just a bit more condition. If we do that, we put a little bit more freshen on him, we'll probably smooth him up a bit. He's the rawest goat of the top 5 for a 94-pounder. And so, again, when he gets him cranked up right, he's got a grooved up top. To me, I just put a little bit more condition, maybe smooth him up just a little bit. This is a really deep class here. Let's give all 9 of these exhibitors a round of applause. Good job.
So Zimmerman just got done describing on why he placed those top 9 the way he did, and maybe if you're a bit newer to the show industry, they put those San Antonio brands on
The results from class number 8. In 9th place,
I'll finish
representing the
afterwards.
Reeves County 4-H, Brylan Evans, a Texas bred winner raised by Jade Livestock of Mason. 8th place comes to us from the Orange Grove FFA, Keith Rokel, also a Texas bred winner raised by Shrank Show Goats in Early. 7th place is from the Gillespie County 4-H, Kinsey Joe Key, another Texas bred winner raised by Allen Ranch and Junction. 6th place comes to us from the Troy FFA, Riley Singleton, a Texas bred winner raised by DNA Show Goats in Aquila. 5th place from the Harris County 4-H, Christopher Bailey. 4th place is from the Tom Green County 4-H, Grace Moore, also a Texas bred winner raised by Adobe Ranch in San Angelo. 3rd place comes to us from the Kendall County 4-H, Cord Matkin. In 2nd place, a member of the Gillespie County 4-H, Briggs Bowers, also a Texas bred winner raised by Jade Livestock in Mason. And your class winner, representing the Glasscock County 4-H, Hazen Joe Hoffman, a Texas bred winner raised by Hoffman Livestock in Garden City. Congratulations to all of our Class 8 winners.
I guess I'll continue my little spiel, but
At this time, we'll be welcoming back in our 1st and 2nd place entrants for our Division II Champion Drive. 1st place from Class 6 was Ford Brooks of the Burnett County 4-H. 1st place from Class 7 was Brooklyn Howell of the Spencer Valley FFA. And your Class 8 winner is Hazen Hoffman of the Glasscock County 4-H. 2nd place from Class 6 was Reagan Miller of the Denver City FFA. From Class 7, your 2nd place was Avery Rawson of the Robertson County 4-H. In Class 8, 2nd place was Briggs Bowers of the Gillespie County 4-H.
okay, now I will continue my little spiel. But those San Antonio brands are placed on the 7 or 3rd all the way through 9th to indicate that they made the sale. And they leave the brands off the top 2 from each class so that when they bring them out in division, they don't have the brand on them just yet. But then they will, after the division is done, they will indeed put those brands on them. But this is the drive for Division 2, and we will see which way Mr. Zimmerman is going to want to go.
I guess to just update on our last class, on Class 8, our 1st place was Hazen Halfman from Glasscock 4-H, and then our 2nd place was Briggs from Gillespie County 4-H. We have those goats weighing in about 92 pounds, so they're out there in that 3rd class. We got 3 classes out there, 6, 7, and 8. We're going to pick a division and then see how it goes from there. But, man, we have a lot of kids out here that have done a great job. They worked really hard to show their goats here at the San Antonio Stock Show. So really, really good day out here for these kids.
nice lightweight division, even better middleweight division or division number 2. A really nice one. Class 4 is what I call him. Moderate, but certainly one that's just good body, good rib. You put your hands on him, and for that weight range, he's got plenty of power and shape and smoothness down his top. The young lady then second, again, that's the one that's a little different. He probably fits classes 2 here or 5 in terms of his design compared to his class out of 4, because he's the longer up-fronted, elevated one. To me, again, not quite smooth down his top. The 2 in the next class here, again, these are the ones that are really extended, long-bodied. The young lady that won the class, just a little bit better in terms of his flank, in terms of his length. Certainly a little bit better in terms of his hip and his handle. The young lady out of second, again, that's the one that could maybe a little bit piecier overall, but certainly one where we compare him to his contemporaries. I think you need to find him in that second place hole. You get the duo up here out of class number 6, which I think, according is officially class 8 or whatever it may be. They're not the biggest goat in the world in terms of overall frame size, but they're good enough relative to frame, muscle, touch, design. They're stout. They're big hip. They travel exceptionally well. They do not disappoint when you handle. Outstanding duo here. An outstanding set of 6. Let's give them a round of applause. We'll go and take a look at them and check your hand, your reserve in champion's hand. Congratulations.
Division II champion comes out of Class 8, Hayes and Hoffman of the Glasscock County 4-H. Reserve champions, second place from Class A, Briggs Bowers of the Gillespie County 4-H. Congratulations to all of our Division II exhibitors. As a reminder, we're going to take a 30-minute lunch break, and we'll start back off with our third division on completion of that lunch break.
Yeah, so to kind of round it out a little bit, Division II champ came out of Class 8, and so did the reserve. And the exhibitor for the Division II champ would have been Hayes and Joe Hoffman, and the Division II reserve would have been Briggs Bowers. Congratulations to both those kids. Very, very nice duo.
And then we'll be back, or maybe a next different duo here talking, but we'll be back in about 30 minutes for after this lunch break to start our D3. So, but great show so far, and really good kids out here.
Go to exhibitors. We will be checking in class number 11. Class number 11. That weight class will go from 95 to 97 pounds. Class number 11, this is your first call.
Market goat exhibitors, if you have a Class 11 goat, the first class of our third division, make your way to the staging area. Class 11, first class of our third division, please make your way to the staging area.
welcome, guys. This is Gunnar Coburn here for Class 11 along with Zane Redifer. Getting into a pretty good class already from the start. It looks like Mr. Zimmerman's done a nice job evaluating through the livestock this far. Well, we should start stepping up a notch. Seen a lot of good ones.
Sure has been a great show. Like I said, this will be first class, Division III, Class 11. Goats in this class range from 95 to 97 pounds.
So right now the judge has his top end already pulled in the back. He's going to go ahead and take a handle on these animals, see if he wants to pull back any more. And then he's going to give these exhibitors another look on a side view profile, and then take another lap and see if he wants to make any final pulls. But right now he's going in for a handle and seeing what he might like.
Our judge has gone through and handled every goat, so now we're going to take what's left and lap them here. We'll watch him walk and park him on a profile, and he'll continue to make a shift.
Put our hands together, congratulating the exhibitors on a job well done.
Now the judge will make his final look for the exhibitors headed out the ring, but certainly hats off to the judge of giving every exhibitor a fair and honest look. Certainly took his time on this one and making sure that he got all the decisions right and needed to pull back what he needed to pull back. So hats off to him. He's done an exceptional job thus far. What a phenomenal set of exhibitors as well as the exit. Now the judge's top
Marking
end.
goat exhibitors, if you got a Class 12 goat, the second class of our third division, please start making your way to the staging area, Class 12.
Now the judge's top end is going to come back into the ring for further evaluation to see what his final alignment's going to be. So they're now entering the ring. My apologies. This is the second half of the class, so now he'll evaluate through these and pull back his top end.
So that is the last entry in this class for the second half. Our judge has made his initial pulls off the walk as they come in. He watches them profile, steps in behind them, gets the angles he wants. When he pulls these exhibitors, they take their goats here behind the black panels under the announcer's stand where we're sitting. They're checked in terms of their clip job to make sure they fit the standards. They also weigh them back based off the declared weight that each exhibitor entered their goat under.
Well, the judge is going to take one more final look on the walk here as the exhibitors exit, but looks to be a super, super tough class with lots of quality from top to bottom. And again, hats off to the judge. He's given these kids an honest and fair look at every opportunity. Done a really nice job of getting his top end pinned back and making sure that he made all the right calls.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate the group of exhibitors on an outstanding effort today.
Now that we have made those dismissals, coming in the other corner of the ring, these will be all the pulls or all the keeps, the animals that he sifted out of both heats here in Class 11. Again, class 11 that ranges from 95 to 97 pounds here on the second sort.
Well, as the exhibitors are now all in, obviously a super deep class from top to bottom. Pulled quite a bit back, just speaks volumes in terms of the quality of this class. Certainly going to have his handful in evaluating the top end of the livestock for sure. I haven't really talked to Zane too much, but have you had your eye on anyone in particular that's suiting your fancy?
Oh, there's some really good ones out there. Stout, pretty, whatever your kind is, big bone, shallow chested. There's a little bit of everything in this class. Deep water for sure.
Lots of quality from top to bottom. The young lady here in the black shirt towards the back, certainly that one caught my eye from the get-go. I think that one reads with lots of quality, but again, Zane proves a good point. At the end of the day, it's just one judge's opinion, whether you think it's right, wrong, or indifferent, and there's certainly all different types of flavors, and whatever clicks your bell and suits your fancy, you can certainly find it in this class.
Mark your goat exhibitors. If you got a Class 12 goat, second call to make your way to the staging area. Class 12 market goats.
Again, our judge, Mr. Eric Zimmerman here, is working on making his second sort in Class 11. This sort will determine the top 9 that make the sale slots for this class.
I'd definitely say as quality of a class as we've seen thus far, lots and lots of numbers in terms of just top end of the pools here. The judge is certainly going to have his hands full with this one, and obviously taking a little longer to evaluate the stock just to make sure that he gets the right decisions, because at the end of the day, sale hole's just as important of winning a class, and this judge certainly understands that and is trying to give every look and honesty to the kids as possible, and certainly evaluating the stock and making sure that he makes the right call.
I'll tell you what, the stands have been absolutely packed today here at the Goat Show, still are that way. Testament to the true support and guidance behind these young exhibitors. No matter if it's a small or big victory, there's been cheers, claps, and celebrations in every class.
Yeah, definitely an electric atmosphere here. One of my favorite Texas majors for sure. San Antonio has always been tremendous in terms of quality throughout every species. Certainly a lot of people showed up today to support the kids and to see what San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo is all about. So certainly love to see that.
You'll see here he's starting to make some pulls, make some sorts, really starting to narrow down the top end of this class.
Starting to pull them pretty fast, but certainly had a good look at all of them to make sure he is on the right page. And now we're just going to get through the bottom end of the pools and leave the top 9 out here for farther evaluation. But again, can't say enough about the quality of the class. Surely tough one here that he's got on his hands.
Yeah, like you said, Gunnar, we can just look across the back line, across the back of the ring where there's 6, and there's multiple goats standing in that line that could go be grand champion at state fairs, county fairs across the nation.
Oh, no doubt about it. Certainly tons and tons of quality from top to bottom in this class. And again, yeah, we got a bird's eye view up on top of kind of the goats here on the far side of the ring where Mr. Zimmerman's kind of close to. I certainly think the young lady in the black shirt with the bun, that one certainly catches my eye. I think that one reads with lots of quality. But again, there's a ton of stout, powerful ones. If that's your fancy, good-looking, good-built ones, whatever you're looking for, be hard not to find it in this super, super deep class.
Got tons of variation in color too. We got a black-headed goat up here at the front, a nice red-legged one, a saddleback pane, a cape shoulder, some spot backs, a little bit of everything color-wise too here in this class.
Most definitely, most definitely.
We still got 15 head out here as he starts to lap them again. Should be narrowing down to about 9, give or take, I believe.
I've also got to say I'm pretty impressed with the exhibitors here today and how they've got their livestock presented and shown today. I don't think I've seen one get away thus far, and not really seen a whole lot of people struggle all day. It just speaks volumes in regards to how much work these kids are putting in at home and with their projects. Certainly speaks volumes out here, and makes it a super, super tough decision for the judge, but that's how it should be. And so we always look forward to seeing all the quality and the hardworking exhibitors out here, and it's great that it's on display here in San Antonio. You got a pretty up close look up here. I have to say this young lady in the yellow sweater here, her goat looks pretty good as well. What do you think, Zane?
Oh yeah, very good. She's got her standing off there, huge chest in that one.
No doubt about it. Lots of quality again. I know we've kind of beat a dead horse on that fact, but certainly super deep class. Lots and lots of thought to consider here.
Should be looking for one more here in his second sip. I tell you, it's pretty tight tensions. You look at the family members around the room. Making a sale slot here is a big, big deal. I know Gunnar can maybe speak a little bit more to it. The scholarships and the funding behind it is a major driver.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Certainly a sale hole is something to pride yourself on. A super competitive show that has been today, and a super competitive class. So just to get a sale hole at any Texas major is a win to me. Certainly a testament to the kids in terms of just putting in the hard work and having a good project here to be presented, because it certainly takes elite livestock to even sneak into the top 9. So yeah, certainly a testament to be had there.
Ladies and gentlemen, it was a deep competitive class. We had a great set of kids out here to make the first pull. We're tremendously proud of their hard work.
Well, it's certainly a tough class, and this is the final 9 of the exhibitors that make the sale, but certainly some goats that are exiting the ring could certainly have done super good today as of anywhere in the country. So tough class. Be excited to see what he picks here with lots of quality. if you're a betting man, Zane, what's your bet on who's going to take home the first place in this class?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not much of a gambler, but I think the young lady in pink, they're about in the middle. The young lady in black as well, both very, very good. Like we've said, about 6 different ways you could go, and you can't argue much about it.
No doubt about it. Lots of quality. Still got my money on the young lady in the back. We'll have a little side bet here up in the booth and see who might be closer to right. But again, if any of these 9 could certainly win the class for different reasons, lots of different type and kind. Really whatever suits your fancy, you certainly can find it. Starting to make some pulls here in the top 9, and again, we can't say enough about the quality of this class. Certainly super competitive from top to bottom, so to all the kids that make the sell in this class, hats off to them, because very, very well deserving. It looks like hardworking kiddos out here presenting the stock to a high caliber and degree out here.
Yeah, speaking to that, this young lady with the saddleback paint here, then the pink blouse that's second in line, that goat's no shortage of foot and bone and shag. And while that's very genetic, you can also tell that young lady's put her work in at home to help make that leg hair quality tremendously good.
No doubt about it, and being in Texas where you can't fit or do anything like that, a hair that big and shaggy certainly speaks volumes to how much time that young ladies spend in the barn and getting hair on her livestock. And obviously maybe a thing that doesn't get considered just to the highest degree, but lots and lots of work to go into the hair, and definitely no shortage of bone, because in terms of just actual foot size, that one's huge, and it's got the hair and the shag in addition to it. Well, we got our top 5 out here, and again, looks like a super competitive top 5. Lots of decisions to be made within the top 5. So we'll be looking forward to see who he selects as first and second.
Incredible class. We'll listen to Mr. Zimmerman here in his remarks.
Pretty good. Yes, sir.
We took a lot in this class, and because there was a lot of variance there relative to them coming in and setting the bar relative to what it's going to come to the table. The dude that walks in the class sets the bar, and I say that because for me, in relation to the remainder of the class, he's so good, he's so fresh, he's so complete. For me, again, he runs uphill. He's extremely ideal in terms of his appearance from the side. We've said this before. He's not the biggest goat in the class. He's not the longest sided, but he's long enough when you combine that freshness to touch, that really firmness to handle, the tone on him. Again, one that's just correct in terms of his rib. He's cool in terms of his condition. To me, his blade ties in quite nicely. He's stout enough from the ground up. You get him at three-quarter view. He's explosive at his hip. I like him as he travels. I think that's where he excels the class. I think that where he wins the class, but you combine that with that touch. For me, he's a really nice one. It's a really interesting goat. Boy, this goat is way opened up. Again, one is big-hipped as well. I don't think he's quite as fresh as what we see. The fresh handling is what we see in our class winner. You take a look at him. I tell you, he's wide open through his chest forward, yet still clean through his front. To me, he gets a little bit off in terms of his blade placement as he travels about the arena relative to our class winner. He's a longer-bodied goat, and I like that about him. Frankly, I've said this a couple of times before. Maybe if we put just ever so slightly, just a bit more condition on him, it makes him even better in terms of his handle. Maybe that throws him into another weight class. I don't know, but certainly one that to me, I like these two duo because of their hip dimension. I like them in terms of the base width as they travel away from you. Really powerful goat in third, not shorter from flank to flank. He's the one that gets a little bit deeper through his forerib. For me, he's the one that's a rounder-made kind of goat. Certainly ones that we talk about. When they get this much power in the middle and lower portion of their leg, a lot of times they're going to get a little bit rounder in their overall design, maybe relative to the ones ahead of them. So I'd like to maybe change him there just a little bit, maybe square him up out his tail head just a bit, but certainly one that's chock full of muscle. Just a notch shorter from flank to flank. This is the one that gets overpowered today. He's a little bit off in terms of his hip as well. He's probably a little bit flatter stifled, but certainly one that's a cool one to look at inside. We talked to this young lady as well. Long-bodied, elevated. This is the one that wants to dip behind his shoulders ever so slightly. You put your hands on him. He's the softest handling goat. He just needs to firm up just a bit more. If we do that in terms of his handle, I think we may move him up. Really a competitive class here. Let's give these 6 exhibitors as well as the remainder of the class a round of applause. Good job.
Results from Class 11 in 9th place exhibit Freestone County 4-H Cole Sioux Falls. Your 8th place exhibitor comes from the Munster FFA, Caroline Kane, also a Texas bred winner raised by Hoffman Livestock in Garden City. Your 7th place exhibitor represents the San Patricio County 4-H Cotton West. In 6th place from Agricultural Science and Technology, Kara Cifuentes. Your 5th place exhibitor comes to us from the Joshua FFA, Riel Galbraith, also a Texas bred winner raised by Blue Team Weathers in Zephyr. Fourth place exhibitors from the Burnett County 4-H, Cooper Evans, another Texas bred winner raised by Evans Livestock in Burnett. Third place from the Cotulla FFA, Bailey Walker, another Texas bred winner raised by Daniel Showboats in Dumas. Second place comes to us from the PSJA High FFA, Sal Rodriguez. And your class winner, class number 11, from the Burnett County 4-H, Mackenzie Evans. Also a Texas bred winner raised by Evans Livestock in Burnett. Congratulations to all of our class 11 exhibitors.
Well, class 12 is starting to roll in here after completion of class 11. This will be the first wave of class 12 here that the judge is starting to evaluate. He'll pull his animals and send them back here in the back, and then the second wave will come in right after, and he'll continue his evaluation.
Finishing second in Class 11 was Sal Humberto Rodriguez from PSJA High FFA. And finishing first was Mackenzie Evans, and that was a home-raised goat by their family, Evans Livestock. I believe 5 Texas-bred goats made it in the top 9 there in sale slots for Class 11. Here in Class 12, our weight spread is from 98 to 100 pounds. So another class of only 2 pounds in weight spread across the declared weights on these exhibitors' goats. Again, even off these pulls to get to the second heat, you can hear claps and cheers behind us in the audience. 55 head in this class alone. We have the first half in the ring now. For those curious, a little update on our ring across the barn. They're on Class 14, now into the fine wool show over there in the sheep ring. In the cattle rings, they're on Beefmaster and Brangus heifers currently. Again, we'll send them into motion here and start making our last sorts here in the first half of Class 12. Tell you what they ought to do, Gunner. I think every class ought to have a best dressed award. We should have somebody out there that's designated, and that's in each class they pull out the best dressed. Think we could get a scholarship behind best dressed?
And you know, it wouldn't surprise me for how much the San Antonio Livestock and Show and Rodeo gives back to the youth. And I certainly say there is quite a bit of good outfits here. Me personally, I'm quite a fan of the young lady here in the camo and the American flag. Certainly representing the country, doing what we love best and showing some goats out here. So she would be my best dress for this class. But certainly lots of good exhibitors, lots of good outfits out here. We love to see them get out here getting their animals presented to the highest degree. Super good set of exhibitors as they exit. Now the judge is about to get the second wave here into the ring and start evaluating on the second ring here on the first initial walk. And then he'll get some pullbacks and send them back, and he'll farther evaluate them in terms of getting a handle in, then getting a profile, and then dismissing the last part of the class.
But again, you'll see they space them out as they come into the ring. Make sure each individual gets their own first impression there from the judge. Does a great job about that.
Yeah, he's done a very nice job of getting a frontal shot, side view shot, and then walking in behind him and getting a tracking away shot. So certainly every kiddo and exhibitor and livestock have gotten a fair and honest look from the judge.
Market Goat Exhibitors, if you have a class number 13 goat, the final class of our third division, we invite you to make your way to the staging area at this time. Class number 13, make your way to the staging area.
As we watch our judge, Mr. Zimmerman, here work through the second half of Class 12, go ahead and throw you some fun facts based off of 3 ounces of cooked meat across the 5 livestock species. So in a goat, 3 ounces of cooked meat has 122 calories. The only thing lower would be chicken at 120. The highest is at pork at 310. In terms of fat, there's 2.58 grams of fat in 3 ounces of cooked meat. That is the lowest among the 5 livestock species. And then protein, goat ties beef for the highest number of protein in 3 ounces of cooked roasted meat. Have you ever had goat before, Gunner?
I've tried it a couple amount of times. We had an old ag teacher that would cook it on the pit, and I have to say it's actually really, really good. Certainly a fan of goat rather than sheep. I can't say that I'm on the same page on the sheep side of things, but I've had a couple of lamb chops that have been all right, but had a bad experience at the sheep and goat raisers there in San Angelo, Texas, so kind of tainted my view of sheep meat there. But goat, I'd say is pretty solid, and certainly give it a go if you haven't. If you like it, great. If not, then there's always poultry, pork, and beef.
Like he said, over the pit, slow roasted is the best way. That's the only way I've ever had goat.
Put a little Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce on top. Oh man, you can't go wrong with the Sweet Baby Ray's.
Tremendous set of exhibitors. They've done a great job with these projects, and we're very proud of their hard work.
Another tremendous class. Definitely stiff competition around here today in the goat ring.
No doubt about it. Tremendous set of exhibitors as they exit here, and can already tell you that another super high quality class, and I can already feel the aura that's about to enter the ring. I'd have to say, Zane, if we took one of these show goats here to make into some cabrito, I'd say we'd be eating for quite some times based off of how stout some of these boogers are in this class for sure.
Yeah, 98 and 100-pound goats, 2 100-pound goats in this class. We two of us could probably eat for a week on that, easy.
Lots of red meat, lots of power. Look forward to seeing what's coming in here into the ring.
Again, variation in color. Got an almost solid red one. He's just got some socked feet there.
For sure, young lady in the pink there with the bow looks to be a really, really nice one there that she's bringing in. Looks like another class with tremendous quality here from top to bottom. Maybe not as many pulled as last class, but certainly going to have his handful in terms of picking out a top 9 here in this class.
And again, it's completely up to Mr. Zimmerman's discretion how many he pulls from each heat within every class. But once he does make that pull, he does need to narrow it down to 9 on his second sift. Definitely no shortage of putting these things in motion. Mr. Zimmerman's really digging in on build and skeleton here today.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. I think the walk is certainly a crucial viewpoint of the animals because it shows them in their all-natural state. So certainly hats off to him of getting all the views that he wants and certainly not being afraid to send them on another lap.
Looks like he's got it down to his final 9 here. Class 12. Taking one last look. Got the thumbs up for Mr. Zimmerman on our
Ladies
final
and gentlemen,
nine.
these exhibitors made their first pull in a competitive class. We're really proud of their effort. Let's put our hands together and congratulate them.
Again, for those of you just tuning in or maybe who missed it earlier, you got your Gunnar Coburn and myself, Zane Redifer, here announcing. We're here in San Antonio this week as a part of the inaugural Top Judge program. We both are just finished up our collegiate livestock judging careers in senior college this past fall at Louisville. Both set to graduate here in May, and we're invited down to this prestigious professional development mentoring program down here at San Antonio this week.
Yeah, certainly a unique opportunity for us, and we're thankful for the entirety of faculty here at San Antonio and all the crew and mentors we have making this thing possible. Certainly a unique experience for us, getting some time up here on whether it be webcasting or on just the stands and getting ringside look. Certainly a unique experience for us in our future endeavors.
Both of us come from very different backgrounds. Gunner's very local here to San Antonio in the Texas scene. But myself, I grew up in Virginia, went to Butler Community College for junior college and Kansas State for senior college. Gunner comes from a much different. I'll let him fill you in on his journey.
Yeah, I'm from Sterling City, Texas, so there in the desert pretty much. Not much rainfall nor much vegetation or life.
Market Goat Exhibitors in the final class of our third division, Class 13. We need you at the staging area at this time. Second call for Class 13.
But yeah, definitely come from certainly a different part of the world. Like I said, definitely enjoyed all my time at the Texas Majors. Got to show and compete in them all. And definitely have to say we're blessed in being a part of one of the best states in terms of just backing the agricultural community and what we do and what we believe in. And I spent my time there. I headed to Blinn in Burnham, where I was a part of the livestock judging team, and now I'm currently at Texas A&M, where I just finished my time there. I'm going to finish up a master's degree there, so my time in Texas seems like it's going to be a lot longer stay. So.
You bet. I spent 2 summers ago just about a half hour down the road from where you grew up in Garden City, Texas, and I can attest that it is pretty much a desert compared to where I come from. Back home, it's tall, lush green grass in the pastures already, and I don't know if there's ever been lush green grass in West Texas.
Not unless you consider the prickly pear cactus, the lush green grass, as long as maybe some yucca plants. But no, certainly not much in terms of some lush environment. Lots of pivots, and if you actually want to grow anything, lots of cotton out our way. So, but in terms of actual good grass, it's hard to come by. Lots of stickers in your feet. Can't really go out without a pair of shoes, that's for certain.
I've also come to find out that shade trees don't really exist in this part of the world.
No, not at all. We have what's considered the mesquite tree, probably one of the most useless trees in my opinion in terms of just absolutely destroying land and taking up water. Not a whole lot of good to them.
Barbecue, you can barbecue with mesquite.
That is true. It certainly makes for good pellets there on a Traeger or Pit Boss if you have. But outside of that, not a whole lot of good. They poke you, they ruin your land, they take your water. So certainly an invasive species that we are not just a huge fan of out my way. But I definitely do make for a good steak on the Traeger or the Pit Boss. And if you're ever making some cabrito, certainly would go good with some Sweet Baby Ray's on the mesquite pellets on the smoker.
Man, I tell you what, it is fun when you see these colored up painted goats getting high up. I mean, that one's dang near solid red, and you don't see a lot of those come around, let alone ones like that are that good.
No, for sure. I think it speaks volume in terms of the way Eric's been sorting through livestock. Certainly no color, whether they're purple, polka dot, or zebra patterned. Certainly just quality is quality in his mind, and I think he's done a very good job of representing that out here today.
He's working. He's hustling around the ring. He's getting his views. He's digging in deep for sure. Doing a great job.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I bet you he'll look forward to just having him a nice seat after the day's done. I'm sure it's going to take a toll in terms of being pretty sore, and I can only imagine how that's going to feel after the day is done. But certainly he's enjoying his time out here, and it shows. He's been working hard for the kids and getting all the views that he needs to get in terms of placing them from top to bottom in the right manner.
I will say, incredible ring here. They've got nice and smooth and clean, but also got some cushion to it, some nice pack. Not dusty at all. Very, very nice ring.
Yeah, pretty nasty weather, I suppose, outside of the barns, but here being enclosed with just a couple of fans makes for a pretty nice breeze. Kind of cooler weather in here. Pretty dang comfortable, honestly. Outside it's a little nasty and soupy out there, but inside it feels pretty dang good. And the staff here at San Antonio has always been top-notch in terms of just ring help and volunteers. This show's always ran to the highest degree, super efficient in what they do, super timely manner. Everything gets done the right way in a super efficient process. Well, we got the top 5 here that Mr. Zimmerman's looking at, and certainly looks to be a tough decision. Lots of quality. Again, just making sure that he gets the right views and the right lineup.
So it's a good thing I came over.
Nice class out here in this second or class of our third division. Again, some challenges here, in terms of decision-making process relative to when they came in and setting the bar. But certainly the young ladies goat, when you compare him to the remainder of the class, with the 13 that we kept, he's got to win the class. This is a good-looking goat. He's cool-looking. He's certainly long-bodied. He's exceptional in terms of his strength down his top. He balances that with a really correct underline, good in terms of his cage. To me, again, when you handle him, he's just so smooth. He's so fresh. He just ties in so well. Again, one that elevated up to his front. He's good in his condition. I love him in terms of his handle, touch, and tone. I like him in terms of extension. I like him in terms of the way he travels about the arena when he actually moves, because he gave her a hard time. And when, the nice thing is he really traveled really good at the very beginning of the class, and he got worn out, and he didn't want to fight, or he wanted to fight a little bit. We got enough good look, especially as he went around the arena to use him to win the class. I like that one, young lady. Good job. Really a nice hip goat in second, one that maybe not near as long a bodied. He's the one that wants to get just ever so slightly a little bit easier in his top relative to our class winner, and that's getting real critical. He's the one that, to me, again, is cool to look at from the side. He's good in terms of his rib, maybe just a little bit more of the middle portion of his body relative to our class winner. Maybe not near as long a body, but certainly one that's got some shape down his top. A little different kind of hip goat in third, and it's probably a little bit indicative of tail placement relative maybe steepness, but there is a little bit more of a steepness to this individual's hip relative to first and second. Certainly one that's not shorter from flank to flank. Again, one that's very fresh. I like his handle as well. One that he rolls into that fourth place. Long-bodied, elevated. Again, he's good in terms of his forerib relative to his flank. I like that about him. Again, this is the one that's got some stifle explosion as well. He has a tendency to have a little bit more of a jump muscle. You think he's not going to tie in quite as well. He's better than you think, but he does roll in terms of his loin. So his junction, his transition is not quite as nice as what we see in first, second, third. So we put him in that fourth. Then the power goat is in fifth place. Again, this is the little bit quicker pattern kind of goat, a little bit shorter-sided. To me, a little bit rounder hip. He's deep in terms of his twist. He's extremely powerful in terms of his stifle. He just gets a little rounder on both ends for me today to put him up any higher than fifth place. Nice, very competitive class. Congratulations to these exhibitors. Good job.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Your results from class number 12. In ninth place, Talon Toch from the Harper FFA. Eighth place from Eagle Pass FFA, Evan Longoria. Seventh place comes to us from the Winners FFA, Kagan Davis, also a Texas-bred winner raised by Two Springs Ranch in Bront. Sixth place represents the Glasscock County 4-H, Miles Hoffman, another Texas-bred winner raised by Custer Show Goats in Midkiff. Your fifth place exhibitor comes from the Marion FFA, Trace Guthrie, also a Texas-bred winner raised by Highview Ranch in Burnett. Fourth place exhibitor represents the Williamson County 4-H, Mason Simpson, another Texas-bred winner raised by Epling and Wheeland Show Goats. Third place exhibitors from the Brown County 4-H, Holden Wise, another Texas-bred winner raised by Sturt Show Goats in San Angelo. Second place is from the Grimes County 4-H, Joseph Hindler, and your class winner in class number 12 from the Freestone County 4-H, Ella Sufal, also a Texas-bred winner raised by Ripley Newsom Show Goats in Rock Springs.
Alrighty, here we go. We're back in here. Got a new partner in here, though. Got Logan Berman, one of my teammates from K-State. Logan, you want to go ahead and introduce yourself? Tell them where you're from, your story going through school.
Hello, everyone. My name's Logan Berman. I'm originally from Wisner, Nebraska. Grew up on my family's cow-calf operation. We have a small show goat operation. And I currently attend Kansas State University and was on the livestock judging there with Zane and had a good run. So, and ended up being nominated for the top judge, and that's why I'm here today. So.
Yep, again, both of us are here as a part of the inaugural Top Judge program. Tremendous honor to get to come down to San Antonio this week. Here in the ring, we have our judge, Eric Zimmerman, continuing to make his first sort on the first half of Class 13. Some results from Class 12. There was 5 Texas-bred goats in the top 9 that made the sale slots. Second was Joseph Hindler, and first was Ella Kofall. Ella's goat was a Texas-bred goat from Ripley Newsom. The weights for this class are 101 to 103, so yet another class with just 2 pounds of spread. Again, these exhibitors declare the weights on their goats, meaning they decide what they write on the card to turn in. The way that is verified, if they make the pull, make the sift in their class, they go out underneath the announcer's stand here and get weighed back.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're awfully proud of these exhibitors. They've done a tremendous job with these projects. Let's congratulate them.
Mr. Zimmerman has dismissed this part of the first heat. He's made his pulls from this class. Here, once we let these exhibitors out, we'll bring the second half of Class 13 into the ring. No doubt, another class that's surely got some heaters in it. Deep, deep water still. A little bit of everything. Got some paint colors, some blacks, some browns. Even a sandy kind of tan paint over there in the far corner with the young man in the whitish colored shirt. Berman, before you got on, Gunnar and I a couple classes ago were talking about that we think we could, get a group together and get behind having a best dressed contest in every class. The young man down here in the tealish green shirt, he's rocking a mullet. I think he might have the best hair so far we've seen today.
Yeah, I think Griner said something about how they did a mullet count. I haven't seen enough mullets in the sheep ring to do a count, but I think that's the first mullet I've actually seen today. But they said the hog show's got the most mullets, which I could believe.
There we go. We'll set this group into motion, put them on a profile, give them their last few looks. Again, a bunch of hardworking, deserving kids.
Yeah, there's still tons of quality here left in the second hand of the sift. I think there's a lot of good goats out there.
Market Goat exhibitors, if you had a first or second place entry in class 11 or 12, we'd invite you to start thinking about heading your way toward the staging area in preparation for our Division III drive. First and second place from class 11 and 12.
This young lady would be in the running for best dress. She's got a nice sweater on with hearts. Got Valentine's Day coming up at the end of the week.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate these exhibitors on a job well done.
I just got back from the sheep ring. They were still working on the fine wool crosses, I believe, and I was leaving, and there was in the makeup arena there was some nice ones. So I'm kind of curious to see how that all panned out over there. And then I think they move on to Dorpers. Then I think they had 3 classes of Dorpers, and so
Here we go. We're running out our pulls or our keeps from Class 13. Again, this class ranges from 101 to 103 pounds. Not much range, but that is the range. This is the third and final class of Division 3. So following this class, we will have the Division 3 drive.
Yeah, like you said, there's not a lot of range, but I think everything fits. I think they all look pretty. I mean, they all look about the same size. No outliers, I guess.
Mr. Zimmerman's got it down to 16 here. Again, got to get to 9. 9 fit the sale slots in each class. Tremendous quality. I know we beat that into the dirt, but it truly is accurate here at San Antonio.
Yeah, Mr. Zimmerman's been really efficient, taking his time, getting all the good looks.
Heck, here from our announcer's booth, you can pick out 4 or 5 easy that are easily defendable to be class winners in here in this one.
Looks like he's going to lap him here.
Tremendous ring help here as well today. Both lining up the classes in the back, weighing the goats that get sorted, and then the ones out here directing traffic have done a tremendous job to aid Mr. Zimmerman in being efficient here today.
Yeah, Mr. Ramsey was telling me, I was over in the sheep ring, and he was telling that most of these are actually volunteers, so I commend a lot of those people for putting in all their time, and they've done an awesome job. They're really great with the kids, too, so I commend them for that.
The amount of volunteers just
You got
goes
our
to
first
show
or
how-
second place entry in class 11 or 12 in our third division. Make your way to the staging area. First and second place, class 11 and 12 in preparation for our Division III drive.
I was saying the amount of high-quality volunteers just go to show how important the youth programs here in Texas are, and how much support they get, because people know that they're crucial to building better young people.
Looks like he's still looking for 2 more, then we get our 9. I was off. 1 more. Sorry, my bad. It's that Kansas State education.
It's a great education. That came from your elementary school.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Congratulate these exhibitors on making the first pull in a very competitive class. Great set of coats, even better set of kids.
You can't blame your lack of counting at 21 on Kansas State. Your lack of counting at this age definitely comes from your elementary school. Wisner, Nebraska. You're busy, too busy corn farming, I assume. Couldn't learn to count.
Stop hating on the good life.
What a slogan, the good life, Nebraska. Alrighty, here we go. Top 9 here in Class 13. Some real heavy hitters here in this class for sure.
It down to 6.
You can count to 6, folks, but not to 10. Here we have it, folks. There's your top 9 for Class 13. Let's listen to Mr. Zimmerman's remarks here in a moment.
Another great class, another set of outstanding goats. The two that are in the top 2 holes, I think, in fact, you even go 3. Those 3 dudes are where they need to be relative to the top 3, you know, and then you start taking a look at what they bring to the table. And that cat right there is built right in relation to everybody in this class. Boy, he is so opened up. He is so long-bodied. He is so up-fronted and then combines that extension through his neck. He's exceptional. I love him in terms of the middle portion of his body cavity. You get over the top of him. His pin set is exceptional in terms of his hip design. He's just natural in terms of his space width. I just think he handles like a dream down his top line. He's correct in his condition. I love him in terms of his hip. I love him in terms of his stifle. Again, one that's so dimensional. He's longer from his hooks to his pins, maybe just ever so slightly than maybe a couple of the other ones in the class. But the way he just stands, up-fronted, elevated, good on all 4s. I like him to win the class. Young lady, that's a really good one, too. That's a fresh handling, smooth handling dude. One that, again, maybe not quite as up-fronted and maybe not quite as long a frontage as what we see in the class winner. That's getting real critical because he's really good in his own right. To me, he maybe have a tendency to appear just a little bit less dimensional at his hip, and that's probably because of the way his tail set relative to our class winner. That's getting real picky as well because he's a good-looking dude. He's smooth handling, maybe not quite as nice right here in his hip point junction as class winner. That's getting really, really close, but he's a really good handling guy. I like him in that second place hole. The rawest one of the 3 is the set one sitting in 3rd. He's a little bit greener to the handle, maybe not quite as fresh to the touch as what we see in 1st and 2nd. Doesn't blend quite as well in that transition, but certainly one, again, long body, big footed, really good rib. Good in terms of his lines. I like him as well. All 3 of these goats are exceptional in terms of their hip. They elevate when they walk, and I really appreciate that. This is where we have a little bit of a challenge here. A meat wagon power goat in the 4th place hole. He's the one that's a bit shorter in terms of his overall design through his front. He's the one that wants to get a little bit lower in terms of his chest floor as he moves about the arena. Wanted the young man to really get him up. I think if we got his attention, get him up, he would look better. He has a tendency to get ever so slight in terms of his flatness relative to his stifle compared to 1, 2, and 3, but a really good one. The rounder made power goats in the 5th place hole. Obviously, shorter made little dude. Want to stretch him out, maybe give him just a little bit different design out of his hip. You appreciate the power on his skeleton, but certainly one, I want to pull him apart just a little bit more. Very competitive class. This is a really deep class. Congratulations to all of our young people.
Your results in Class 13, in 9th place, a member of the Blanco County 4-H, Taylor Strach. In 8th place, representing the Uvalde County 4-H, Brett Dreyer, also a Texas bred winner, raised by Evans Livestock in Burnett. In 7th place, a member of the Jones County 4-H, Stella Sprayberry, another Texas bred winner, raised by Blue Team Weathers in Zephyr. Your 6th place exhibitor comes to us from the Reeves County 4-H, Pace Evans. In 5th place from the Marion FFA, Alexis Guthrie, another Texas bred winner raised by Highview Ranch in Burnett. 4th place exhibitor comes to us from the Kendall County 4-H, Logan Rust. In 3rd place is a member of the Walker County 4-H, Coy Alexander. Second place represents the Brazos County 4-H, Misty McElroy. And your class winner in class number 13, a member of the Brown County 4-H, Madden Wise, also a Texas bred winner raised by Sturt Show Goats in San Angelo.
Alrighty, folks, that concludes Class 13. So now we're coming in with Division 3, our firsts and seconds from Class 11, 12, and 13. Coming here out of Class 11 is going to be Mackenzie Evans with a goat her family raised there at Evans Livestock. Second in that class is Sal Rodriguez. Coming in from Class 12 is Ella Kofal with a Ripley Newsom goat. Second in that class was Joseph Hindler. And then in Class 13 that we just rounded out, first place is Madden Wise with a goat from Sturt Show Goats over in San Angelo. And second place was Misty McElroy. Going to be a real great division, don't you think, Berman?
Oh, yeah. It'll be good. I didn't get to tune in on the last two divisions, or last two classes, sorry, and the last one got me pretty excited, so I'm curious to see what these other two classes are like.
At this time, we welcome back in our representatives from the 3rd Division, Class 11, first place, Virginia Evans of the Burnett County 4-H. Your Class 12 winner was Ella Sufall of the Freestone County 4-H. And winning Class 13 was Madden Wise of the Brown County 4-H. Second place from Class 11 was Sal Rodriguez of the PSJA High FFA. Second place for Class 12, Joseph Hindler of the Grimes County 4-H. And our second place exhibitor from class number 13, Misty McElroy of Brazos County 4-H. Mark your goat exhibitors. If you have a Class 16 goat, first class of a 4th Division, please make your way to the staging area, Class 16.
Apologize, folks. Had slight technical difficulties with the camera, but we should be up and running with our in-ring camera.
Once again, a really nice set in this division. Really powerful goats. Those couple that come out of that first classes division, especially the young lady that wins that class, the way he's built, the way he's square, the way he travels is exceptional. He's cool in his design. He doesn't disappoint in his handle. He's so fresh and smooth, and he just gets out and moves, and that's where he really is really the best as he travels away from you. Young man second, you got beat by a really good one. He's a good one in his own right. He's just a little bit less ideal in terms of his handling and design. Young lady, you did a good job because that goat's being a hard head, and he needs to move to really be able to evaluate him. And when he does move, he's exceptional. When you put your hands on him, he's fresh. He's firm to the touch. Long body, I like him in that middle class there. A young man did a good job of getting this goat shown right, and the second place hole, again, maybe just a little bit different in the middle portion of his body cavity relative to what we see in the other five, but he's certainly in that class. Compared to him, because Kim Temporary is exceptional in terms of his handle and design. We talk about, the one that was in the first class, design, build, square. Another one that comes out in this class here, the ninth class of the day, stout, up front, great rib. Again, as he moves and travels, he doesn't change. He keeps that natural base width. He's exceptional in terms of his design and his hip. I really like that. A really powerful, smooth handling goat in the next pole here. Again, one that maybe not quite as nice as he travels relative to his class winner, but certainly in terms of power relative to the ones in the class and the freshness and smoothness, he fits the bill well. A nice set here. I think there's a couple that pair up well, not only in their travel, in their handle, their design, and their build. Those are going to be your champion reserve. We'll go shake your champion's hand first and then your reserve. Let's give them a round of applause. Nice set here. Good job.
Your champion comes out of Class 13, Madden Wise of the Brown County 4-H. Reserve champion out of Class 11, Mackenzie Evans of the Burnett County 4-H. Congratulations to all of our Division III exhibitors.
There in Division 3, as they just announced, we had Madden Wise, and that was a Sturt Show Goats raised goat. Reserve in Division 3 was Mackenzie Evans with an Evans livestock goat. Great division there.
Looks like we have Class 16 entering the ring right now, first class of the heavies. He's going to make his first half of the sift.
Goats in this class range from 104 to 107 pounds.
Good. You doing all right?
How are you, sir?
Mr. Marvin Enzer just came by. He just said, for anyone listening that isn't familiar with the San Antonio Livestock Show, that every exhibitor in here, that is their one animal per each. I don't know about species, but
One goat, one sheep, whatever it is, it's their one time in the ring. That's why Mr. Zimmerman here is making sure to give a good look, taking breaks as they come into the ring, giving each individual exhibitor their time. Here we go, lapping the what's left here in the first half of Class 16, the first class of the final division, Division 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate these exhibitors on a job well done.
Alrighty, we have dismissed the rest of the exhibitors there in the first half of Class 16. Hats off to them, a deep, deep class yet again. And we're getting ready to bring in the second half here of Class 16, the first class of the final division, Division 4.
Market Gold Exhibitors, if you have a Class 17 entry, please start making your way to the staging area. Class 17, make your way to the staging area. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. A great set of exhibitors that have worked very hard. We're tremendously proud of them. Marky Goat Exhibitor, this will be your second call for Class 17. If you have a Class 17 goat, please make your way to the staging area.
So it looks like the second half of Class 16 just exited the ring, and looks like he'll be bringing back his pullbacks.
Looks like we got about 20 head out here. This is Class 16. We're working on the second sort to get down to our 9 goats that make the sale slots for Class 16. Again, these goats range from 104 to 107 pounds. This is the first class in our final division, Division 4. I will say up here in our announcer's booth, we've got a little bit of a bird's eye view. There's some big back shape in these heavyweight goats. A lot of familiar faces both in the ring and out of the ring as successful families. like I say, we're up here into the heavyweights of the day. Mr. Zimmerman's talked a lot of freshness on the mic, so it'll be interesting what kind of freshness and handle quality differences he comes to find out of this group. All right, Berman, got a riddle for you.
Let's hear it.
What do you call a goat that likes to clean?
I have no idea.
A Roomba.
Get out of here.
All right, you didn't get that one. We'll try again. What do you get when you cross a rabbit and a goat?
I have no idea, Rutherford.
A hair in your milk.
I don't know if we got any crazy best dress or anything out there. I'm trying to look.
No mullets either.
Yeah,
our mullet count's only at 1 for the day.
I think the mullet count is only up to 1 today.
Did you ever grow you out a mullet?
I did not. I'm not a big fan of the
Weren't
mullet.
cool enough?
No, it wasn't cool enough. Did you grow a mullet?
Oh, I had one.
I could see that. I guess that kid over there, he doesn't really have a mullet. He's got pretty long hair.
Get a little bit of a flow.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, showmanship today has been absolutely on point. Very, very few goats really acting up. Haven't seen one get loose, so it's a win.
Yeah, no, I definitely, I would second that with especially with the sheep show too. Awesome kids too. They've been really very kind when I was in the back pens. They've been really, really great kids to work with.
Yep, that's what Gunnar and I were talking about earlier. He said growing up, him showing at the Texas Majors, no matter where you ended up, he said there was always somebody to give you a high five, a hug, congratulations, get them next time, whatever, pick you up.
Yeah, it was like the last class that we did. They were all very congratulating of each other. It was very good sportsmanship out there. Looks like he's starting to pull more here.
That pull puts us at 12, so we'd be looking for 3 more.
That's another thing that's really unique about San Antonio is the amount that they give to the kids. I mean, it's a different show, different than a lot of the Texas majors, and I think this one really great working and focusing on the kids and the scholarships and everything that I've been told about the last couple of days. It's been really awesome to see how rewarding it is for the kids that they put in all their hard extra work. So.
Like I say, talking to our mentors here at the Top Judge program that we're here for, like they said earlier today, it's just as important who's first as it is 8th and 9th or 5th and 6th for making those sales spots, because that is a very big win for these kids.
Yep. Just getting it through the sift. I mean, there's still quality top to bottom, and they were just talking to us too about just making the sift. I mean, that's a big thing in its own right. So I commend everyone for that.
It's a lot of time and effort. Oh yeah, just like we were talking about the 9th and 10th spot, it's the most important, and he's taking his time right now. He's just looking for one more. He's doing an awesome job. Looks like we found our 9.
Let's put our hands together. Congrats on these exhibitors on making the first pull in the heading set go. We're still proud of the hard work.
Great class here. Tough to see, but it's a part of it. For those of you who maybe haven't been with us all day, you can go to Purple Circles Magazine Facebook page. They have posted the Grand and Reserve for our first 3 divisions. There's pictures and a little bit of information there about who raised them, what they're out of, and who showed them. So again, if you go to Purple Circle Magazine, you can see the pictures of our division winners thus far through our first 3 divisions. Little update for our other species showing today. Currently in the heifer rings, we have Santa Gertrudis and ARB heifers. And then we are still on the fine wool crosses on the other side of the barn in the sheep ring. There we have our placing for Class 16. Here in just a moment, we'll hear the remarks on the class from our judge, Mr. Eric Zimmerman.
First class of our heavy division, again, doesn't disappoint. A really nice setup here, especially when you talk about the young ladies go to lead the class off with. He's so athletic as he travels. He's just so natural in terms of his base width. He's so cool in terms of his lines and his length of body. Again, one that I like him in terms of his hip. I like him in terms of his freshness and smoothness down his top line. You know, you get into these heavier goats, you can start, thinking that maybe they're going to be carrying too much conditioner, a little bit more than what's ideal. These guys don't do that. They're really fit. They're athletic. They're stout. Again, one that to me leads the class off with. He's square on both ends. He's good in terms of his blade. He's elevated. I like him to win the class. I think he does so fairly easily. Really smooth handling goat in the second place. This is a really powerful, stifled goat. He's certainly just a dot shorter from flank to flank, but I think he's a little bit better up through his front as he travels when you compare him to the remainder of the class. We'd like to stretch him up just a bit, maybe change his tail head just a little bit in terms of its placement. Certainly, though, one that's really nice to the handle and touch. These are the best two handling goats in our top two holes in this class. A little rougher made kind of goat, a little rougher handling goat in the third place hole. He's the one that has a tendency to get a little bit more of a shoulder as he travels about the arena. Doesn't transition quite as well, but he's similar relative to our class winner in terms of rib, in terms of length of body, and I like that about him. I just wish I had to change his handle just a little bit. Young ladies, goat in 4, again, elevated long body. We've seen a couple of these goats today. They really look great from the up front. They elevate up to the front. They run uphill. They're good in their lines, and they just play out of gas. He just doesn't have enough down in that middle and lower portion of his leg. He just doesn't have quite as much depth of loin as what we see in maybe the top end of this class. But I love him in terms of his eye appeal and his profile. He really fits the bill quite well. Then we round out the class again. A little rougher may go again. That one that's got some shape down his top. Maybe one that doesn't transition quite as well, but certainly one that's got some good quality in terms of stoutness from the ground up. Really nice handling duo up here on the top end. Congratulations.
Your results from class number 16 in ninth place, a member of the Dallam County 4-H, Michael Guston, also a Texas bred winner raised by Jade Livestock in Mason. In eighth place, we have a representative of the Eastland FFA, Kylie Burns. Seventh place is from the Friendship FFA, Emily Fulbright. In sixth place, a member of the New Home FFA, Molly Mayberry, also a Texas bred winner raised by Smithwick Genetics in Lubbock. The fifth place exhibitor comes to us from the Montgomery County 4-H, Marley Moriarty. Fourth place, a member of the DeWitt County 4-H, Briley Wyland, also a Texas bred winner raised by Morgan Livestock in Gustine. Third place exhibitor represents the Mansfield FFA, Reagan Blanton, another Texas bred winner raised by Blue Team Weathers in Zephyr. Second place exhibitors from the Runnels County 4-H, Riley Valenkamp. And your class winner in class number 16 from the Gillespie County 4-H, Addison Hahn, also had a Texas bred goat raised by Sanders Show Goats in Harper.
Here we're rolling right into Class 17 with the first half of the class here that our judge, Mr. Zimmerman, will put a sort on. Results from Class 17, results from Class 16. We had 5 Texas-bred goats make the top 9 sale slots. Second place was Riley Valenkamp. First place was Addison Hahn, and Addison's goat was raised by Sanders Show Goats here in Texas. This here is Class 17, which is our second class of our final division, Division 4. Goats in this class range from 108 to 113 pounds.
looks like we have our first half of Class 17. Mr. Zimmerman is going in and getting closer inspection. That's the one thing about these Texas majors, how hyped the family gets on the outside of the crowd. I think that's so cool. Something not really up north that happens a lot. Because it is a big deal to make the sift. And
Yeah, absolutely. It's just a big part of the community around here. Everybody knows knows about livestock judging and livestock showing and everything with 4-H and FFA. It really opens a lot of the doors for opportunities for these young people here. And there's definitely tons and tons of support here, both family, friends.
I would definitely agree.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're tremendously proud of the exhibitors for showing their projects in this class. They've done an outstanding job.
Here comes the second wave or second half, whatever you'd like to call it, of Class 17. These goats range from 108 to 113 pounds.
Market Goat exhibitors, if you have a Class 18 Market Goat, the final class of the day, we'd invite you to begin making your way to the staging area. Class 18, please begin making your way to the staging area.
I think we got our mullet count up to 2 now over here with the young man that was in here first. I think that counts.
You told me no at first, but I think, yeah.
I think it's growing. I think
counts.
I think
the young man's second from last here in line 2. I think we can count that one. It's a little bit of business in the front, party in the back.
It looks like he needs to let it grow out a little bit more.
We'll put our mullet count at 2.5.
I would say, yeah, 2.5.
Quick update, we do have the champion fine wool cross live in the sheep ring right now. For those of you maybe want to jump over there, don't leave us for too long. But it is a deep, very, very good fine wool cross champion lineup in the ring currently in the sheep side.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Congratulate these exhibitors on an outstanding job with their projects.
Alrighty, Mr. Zimmerman has made his initial sort on Class 17 here. Getting ready to run back in his group of pulls from both heats in Class 17. Looks like we got 21 head in here that were pulled from our first two heats here. So, got to narrow the 21 down to 9. 9 for our sales slot.
For those curious, a little update in the sheep ring. They just finished the fine wool cross drive, so Class 1 of the Dorpers is getting ready to go in. The champion fine wool cross over in the sheep ring was shown by Avery Martin, and the reserve by Riley Wundrick. Also, fun fact, they like to keep a loose sheep counter running across. We're at 8. 8 loose sheep over in the sheep ring. Have not seen one in the goats. Not saying anything, but
let's put our hands together and congratulate these exhibitors for making the first pull in a very competitive class.
Looks like Mr. Zimmerman found his 9. He's going to go work through those.
Class 18, final call. If you got a market gold in the heavyweight class, we need you at the staging area. Class 18, second call.
Alrighty, there you have it. We got our placing here for Class 17. We're going to get our remarks from Judge Eric Zimmerman here shortly. This momentary pause we have on each class after they get placed is just the verification on ID, tattoo, making sure each exhibitor's got the right goat in the right place at the right time.
Nice set in this class, and you know, the goat that wins the class, he didn't get pulled on the walk, and I don't know why. Maybe he just was acting up as he traveled in the arena. He didn't hit me hard, but what was great is you get to put your hands on him, and he was over here probably at the very end of the line. You put your hands on him, and you really take a look at him, and then you actually get him on the move when he's acting right. He's a really athletic dude. He excels the class in terms of athleticism, in terms of ability to move about the arena. When you really evaluate him, he's another one of those similar goats to win the class because he's up-fronted and long-bodied, big old hip in terms of in big stifle. He just blends well, handles well, moves well, up-fronted and good in terms of his forerib relative to his flank. I like him a lot. You know, he may not be the most powerful goat, but he's got enough, I promise you, when you put your hands on him to win this class, especially when you combine that with that look. Real powerful goat in second. This goat's got a big hip. This guy's got a big old stifle. Middle and lower portions of his leg exceeds the class, with the exception of maybe our third place goat. This is the goat, though, to me, a little bit different fronted, not near as elevated. He just doesn't handle quite as nice in terms of his loin relative to our class winner. Probably part of it contributed to maybe having such a big hip, but I wish he was just a little bit better at that transition. Big rack, good rib shape. All those other things are exceptional. A lot of power there. Maybe not as cool and athletic as he gets on the move, but certainly one that fits nice in the second place. All really meaty kind of goat in third. This is the one that falls apart in my mind when you get him on the move. When you get him propped up, he's big top, huge rack, really, really good in terms of his handle. Another one that's got a big old hip in him and a big stifle. He does want to get a little bit rounder maybe when you get him on the move. To me, he wants to get his legs underneath him just a little bit. Doesn't travel quite as nicely, but a lot of product on his skeleton. Then we get into a not shorter coupled goat. Again, one that to me is really, really nice to handle. Again, one big rack. I don't know if he's got quite as much dimension out of his hip as 1, 2, 3. Maybe has a tendency to taper towards his tail head just a little bit, but that's getting real critical because he's got enough hip to be a really good one in the top 4. I want to pull him apart just a little bit. And then we round the class out with, again, one that just doesn't handle quite as nice, a little softer to the touch. Again, doesn't handle quite with the transition. He doesn't travel quite as well, in my opinion, as maybe the ones ahead of him, especially our class winner. Really, really nice class, competitive class, challenging class. Let's give them all a round of applause.
Your results from class number 17. In ninth place, a member of the Mount Pleasant FFA, Rebecca Dunn, a Texas-bred winner raised by Finley Showgoats and Alvord. Eighth place was Aubrey Batiga of the Erath County 4-H. Seventh place, a Parker County 4-H member, Aubrey Mays, another Texas-bred winner raised by Blue Team Weathers in Zephyr. Sixth place comes to us from the Miller Grove FFA, Olivia Kelly. Fifth place from the Bandera County 4-H, Kaylee Ottmers. Fourth place is a Cotulla FFA member, Danica Walker. In third place, a member of the Hill County 4-H, Brazos Blue. He also had a Texas-bred goat raised by Williams Livestock of Hyco. In second place, a member of the Medina County 4-H, Adrian Morales. And your class winner in class number 17, a member of the Tom Green County 4-H, Stratley Struby. Also a Texas bred winner raised by Hutto Livestock in El Dorado. Congratulations to all of our class 17 exhibitors.
Alrighty, folks, we're moving right along. This would be the first half of our last class, Class 18. Goats in this class range from 114 pounds to 120 pounds. Results for our previous class, Class 17, our count on Texas-bred goats in the top 9 that made sale slots were 4 head. Second place was shown by Adrian Morales. First place was shown by Stratley Struby, and her goat was raised by Hutto Livestock in El Dorado.
Let's put our hands together and congratulate these exhibitors on a job well done.
So now exiting the ring is the first half of Class 18. We will bring in the second half of Class 18 and get the rest pulled. I would like to point out that we did have our first goat getaway, but we are doing better than the sheep ring. I think they were up to, what, 8?
Yeah, sheep ring counter last time I checked was up to 8. I'm going to be honest, I haven't seen every second of the goat show, but I've only seen one get loose so far.
You jinxed it on your...
Yeah, that probably was my fault. I probably did jinx it. Got a little too braggadocious about our goat showman here today doing a great job. I know earlier we mentioned the terrific ring help, both in the ring, behind the ring, and under us here at the scales. Mostly volunteers. So are the ladies back there in the office that cooked up lunch. They cook up lunch for all the volunteers, all the judges, all the committee members here at San Antonio. I don't know about you, Berman, but it was pretty dang good this morning, what we had. They got me a little peach cobbler for dessert. They got a bowl of candy set out.
Yeah, I thought this was pretty good. What do we have? Tamales, rice. That's good.
They don't got the tamales like that up there in Wisner, Nebraska, huh?
No. Well, yeah, there's some around there.
You missed out on the peach cobbler. They had ice cream, too. Made it perfect. It's still warm.
Market Goat exhibitors, if you have a first or second place from class 16 or 17, please start thinking about making your way to the staging area for our Division 4 Champion Drive. First and second place from class 16 and 17, consider making your way to the staging area for the Division 4 Champion Drive. Tremendously proud of these exhibitors for a job well done. Let's congratulate them as they exit the arena.
Well, there you have it, folks. The final initial sort in our final class here today at the Market Goat Show in San Antonio. Here momentarily, we will have both pulls from his first and second heat entering the ring. Again, this is class 18, our final class of the day. Goats in this class range from 114 to 120 pounds. Here in our last class, looks like we've got 17 head. Again, our judge, Mr. Eric Zimmerman, will dial it in to 9 head because that is how many sale slots there are per class. So not narrowing down the 17 to 9 currently on the second sift of Class 18.
Mark, you go to exhibitors if you had first or second place in class 16 or 17. We'd invite you to begin coming to the staging area. We need you at the staging area for our Division 4 drive.
My apologies, folks. We have fallen way behind on our mullet count. We currently have 2 left out here. 2 mullets left out here in our sift here. So that brings our mullet count to four and a half. I say we call it 5. That one is good.
It's getting a little chilly in here. It's kind of a dreary day out. I thought it was going to be a lot nicer. Usually come down to San Antonio, I think it's going to be hot.
Hey, it's about 20 degrees back home in Manhattan right now. I'll take 60 and a little rain, a little wind. I'll take chilly
Ladies and gentlemen, let's put
over
our
freezing
hands
cold.
together. These exhibitors did a fantastic job making the first pull in a tough class. We're tremendously proud of them.
Man, what a treat that class was to watch, especially those top four. Incredible quality. Last class of the day, no slouch for sure. These exhibitors made Mr. Zimmerman earn his check today.
Market Goat Exhibitors, if you had a champion or reserve in any of our first three divisions, Division 1, 2, and 3, we'd invite you to start making your way to the staging area. We're going to reweigh those goats before the grand drive. We'll need one person to accompany the exhibitor when they come to the arena. Champion or reserve from Division 1, 2, and 3, start making your way to the arena.
Really nice set of heavyweights to round out the goat show today. I know we've talked a couple times about some goats that may not be the heaviest muscle, but they had adequate muscle relative to their skeleton, and you know, they're acceptable, and we use them quite often. There's a goat here in this class that's got enough muscle and more, and he fits his skeleton, and he's long body. You put your hands on this dude that wins the class. You know, he's still fresh. He's still really correct in his condition. He's just so powerful down his top. He's just so massive in terms of his loin. You know, and again, when you talk about how the young man gets him propped up there and really gets him up fronted and big-footed and big in terms of his forearm, there's all those things. It's where he separates is really, again, just the power and the mass and the smoothness down his top, the stifle, that three-quarter view. We've been critical every once in a while talking about ones that have a tendency to get a little rounder, but then again, this guy is big enough hipped. He's long from his hook to his pins. He's deep in terms of his twist. You combine that with that shallow front end and that really good chest floor and that really nice rib cage. I like him to win the class. This dude right here in second is deceiving. And I say that because I thought he would have even more power than he does because he's got such a big hip. That color pattern really accentuates maybe, you know, his appearance from a distance. He doesn't have quite the loin and the rack that what we see in our class winner. He's got an exceptional hip. He's good in his pin placement. He's good in his stifle. He's so open up and tracks with some base width. I love him in terms of his hip. I don't think there's as much difference in terms of dimension of hip between first and second as you might think, simply because of the color pattern. A really good one, a cool one, a really nice up front as well. This is a really unique kind of goat in the third place hole, and I say that because he just doesn't look like he's got enough muscle relative to 1 and 2, but he really does. You put your hands on him, he's big in terms of his top. May not transition quite as well in terms of hip-loin junction relative to first and second, but certainly one's big hip. Where I really have a problem, he just wants to get a little bit down and fronted, just doesn't want to elevate quite as much, gets a little easier in his top, but certainly, again, that's just getting real critical because he's so long-bodied and he's a good handling goat. To me, the ones that have him fit me just a little bit better, a little easier kind of handling top in the fourth place hole. This is the one that's got just a bit more shoulder than what we see in first, second, and third, but certainly he's got a big hip, got a big top in him. I want to strengthen him down his top line. We round the class out with one that maybe doesn't travel quite as nicely on his hind wheels. He's the shortest sided one, certainly one that just gives up a little power relative to his skeleton and his contemporaries ahead of him. It's a really challenging class. It's a nice class. Let's give all these round of applause. Good job.
Your results from the final class of the day, Class 18, in 9th place from the Huffman FFA, Grace Nixon. Your 8th place exhibitor comes to us from the Deer Park FFA, Abigail Wilson, also a Texas bred winner raised by Smithwick Genetics of Lubbock. In 7th place from the Parker County 4-H, Strand Mays, another Texas bred winner raised by Blue Team Weathers in Zephyr. 6th place is an Alvin FFA member, Tori Peters, again, a Texas-bred winner raised by Williams Livestock in Hyco. 5th place comes to us from the Bell County 4-H, Rayleigh Holscher, a Texas-bred goat shown by Hutto Livestock of El Dorado. 4th place from the Wiley FFA, Derica Vaughn. In 3rd place from the Lubbock County 4-H, Brinley Hogg. In 2nd place, representing the Taylor County 4-H, Zane Walker, a Texas-bred goat raised by Blue Team Weathers in Zephyr. And your class winner in the final class, a member of the Brown County 4-H, Briscoe Black, showing a goat raised by Blue Team Weathers in Zephyr.
Alrighty, we're getting ready to roll right into our Division 4, our heavyweight division drive here. Results out of Class 18. We
At
had
this time, we'll be welcoming back in our class winners and seconds from our 4th division. Representing Class 16 is Addison Hahn of the Gillespie County 4-H. First in Class 17, Stratley Struby of the Tom Green County 4-H. And our final class was won by Briscoe Black of the Brown County 4-H. In second place from Class 16, Riley Holt Bellenkamp from Runnels County 4-H. Second place in Class 17, Adrian Morales from the Medina County 4-H. And second place from Class 18, Zane Walker from the Taylor County 4-H.
results in Class 18. 6 of our 9 sale qualifiers would have been Texas raised goats. In second place, we had Zane Walker showing a wether from Blue Team. And in first place, we had Briscoe Black also showing a wether from Blue Team. Out here now, we have our Division 4 drive. Out of Class 16, first was Addison Hahn with a goat from Sanders Show Goats. Second is Riley Van Halenkamp. In Class 17 is Stratley Struby in first with a goat from Hutto Livestock. Second is Adrian Morales. And then like we just covered, Class 18, Briscoe Black with a Blue Team goat in first. And in second, Zane Walker.
Market Goat Exhibitors, your second call. If you were a champion or reserve in Division 1, 2, or 3, we need you at the staging area in preparation for our champion drive. Please make sure you have one parent or county agent or ag teacher to accompany that exhibitor.
Let's give these exhibitors a round of applause now. Heavy drive, really nice set. Really nice one, really long-bodied, unique kind of individual. Very, very cool to look at. Wins the lightweight of this division, a really balanced one, opened up, really travels well. Second place, maybe not quite as nice in terms of hip design relative to our class winner, maybe a little bit deeper through the middle portion of the body cavity, but certainly a really good one in terms of his freshness to touch. Super athletic dude in the middle. So I tell you, up-fronted, and just outstanding on the move. One is great in terms of his rib. You think he doesn't have as much product on his skeleton. He does. He's a big rack, huge loin goat. Again, one that's up-fronted and athletic. The young man in second maybe doesn't tie in quite as well as his hip-loin junction. To me, just a little bit different through his front third, but certainly one that's got a lot of product in his skeleton. Again, the power goats in the heavy division, the look, the balance, the rib. He combines it all relative to his contemporaries in that class. He's just massive down his top. He's massive in his hip, and he combines about extreme length of body. The paint goat, again, one that's just a little bit deceiving because of his color pattern. Again, he is a big-handed goat in terms of his hip design. He's good in terms of his rib. Just doesn't have quite as much power. And so you take a look at these goats here. I think there's a couple. There's one out here that fits me better. He's the one that's the outlier relative to the other 5. And then it gets a little bit closer. We're going to go with the reserve champion. To me, is just a little bit better in terms of his top shape, his handle, his loin, his rack, and he's athletic as well. Let's give him a round of applause. We'll shake a champion, reserve champion's hand. Really nice set of heavyweights.
Champion came to us out of Class 18. Briscoe Black of the Brown County 4-H, and reserve was from Class 17, Stratley Struby of the Tom Green County 4-H.
Alrighty, folks, that rounds out Division 4, our final division here in the Market Goat Show. Our champion came from Class 18, showed by Briscoe Black and raced by Blue Team Weathers. Our reserve Division 4 came from Class 17, shown by Stratley Struby and raised by Hutto Livestock. We got just a moment. We'll get everybody, all of our champions and reserves from our 4 divisions today. They're going to reweigh those here below us on the scale. Then we'll line them up and we'll roll into our grand champion market goat here at San Antonio for 2025.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels, it all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
Market Goat Exhibitors, we're about to have our grand drive, and we're still missing several exhibitors. Champion in Division 1, Champion Reserve in Division 2, we need you at the staging area. In preparation for our champion drive, please make your way to the staging area. We're going to weigh those goats. We need one person to accompany that exhibitor as well, so they can hold the goat while the exhibitor goes out for our scholarship and buckle presentation.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to welcome you to our Champion Drive ceremonies this evening. We had an outstanding show today, and first and foremost, we need to take some time to thank Mr. Eric Zimmerman for working with our young people and doing a phenomenal job sorting our livestock. Let's congratulate him on a job well done. Also, I'd be remiss if I didn't say a special thank you to Mr. Parks Tucker and Mr. Jay Waller. They've been longtime superintendents. They've made this San Antonio Goat Show run tremendously smooth, spent countless hours working with your young people, making sure everything is on the up and up, and this is their final year to be superintendents. So let's thank Parks and Jay for a great run as superintendents. And now I'm going to hand over the mic to the Vice Chairman of the Sheep and Goat Committee, Mr. Blake Sechting, for a few comments.
Hello, welcome to the 76th Annual Stock Show and Rodeo. My name is Blake Sechting, and I'm a proud member of the Sheep and Goat Committee. We want to congratulate all the exhibitors in their efforts and achievements. We also want to thank all the parents, educators, ag teachers, county extension agents, advisors that help make these projects come to life. Our mission as a volunteer organization is to emphasize agriculture and education to the development of the youth of Texas. Because of the dedication of over 6,000 volunteers here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo, is able to provide financial support to the Texas youth. With that, we have accomplished educational commitments of over $267 million so far. More than 19,000 students are impacted annually further to educational and agricultural goals. The funds we raise are through scholarships, grants, endowments, auction proceeds, calf scramble certificates, and show premiums. And right now, currently, all 254 counties are represented in this program. I would like to have everybody give applause for the families, for the educators, for the parents, volunteers. Without y'all, this wouldn't happen. So I'm going to turn it back over, and they will go from there.
Thank you, Blake, for those comments this evening. A couple more introductions to make. We've got a great set of members of the executive committee here with us today for our Champion Drive ceremonies. I want to introduce a few of those folks. We've got Mr. Richard Martinez. He's the vice president of the executive committee. Mr. Adam Lopez. He's the lifetime assistant vice president. David Guyon, the scholarship committee. Dwayne Westerman, chairman of the wildlife committee. Emily Hester, chairman of craft beer. Ryan Coble, chairman of the livestock committee. And Becky Newton on the auction committee. Great leadership here at San Antonio, not just our executive committee, but from the folks that are involved in the day-to-day operations of livestock, the interns that make it all possible, just tremendous folks here at San Antonio that make this show an outstanding exhibit their stock. With that, we're going to move into our buckle and scholarship presentation this evening, beginning with our reserve champion from Division I. Come on out, Maggie Jo Cantu of the Victoria County 4-H. Maggie Jo is the daughter of Matt and Crystal Cantu. She enjoys showing all species of livestock. She's undecided on college, but wherever she goes, she wants to study ag comm and eventually take some photos for livestock sales. Congratulations to Maggie. You're also receiving a $10,000 scholarship. Our reserve champion in our second division was Briggs Bowers of the Gillespie County 4-H. Briggs is the son of Chip and Audrey Bowers. He likes to play football, baseball, and basketball, and eventually wants to go to A&M. Congratulations, Briggs. Reserve champion in our third division was Mackenzie Evans of the Burnett County 4-H. She's the daughter of Brandon and Julia Evans. She enjoyed showing, judging livestock, shopping, helping her dad raise goats, and giving her brother a hard time anytime she's able to. She either wants to go to A&M or Oklahoma State and eventually be an embryologist. Congratulations, Mackenzie. Reserve champion from Division IV, Miss Stratley Struby of the Tom Green County 4-H. She's the daughter of Slayton and Brooke Struby. She enjoys showing sheep and goats, livestock judging, and food challenge. She eventually wants to go to A&M and study animal science. Congratulations, Stratley. Now on to our champions from Division I. Our champion was Shep Silvers of the Junction FFA. Shep's the son of Sam and Jeree Silvers. He enjoys hunting, fishing, sports, showing livestock, and eventually wants to be a Red Raider. Congratulations, Shep. Our champion in Division II, Hazen Hoffman of the Glasscock County 4-H. Hazen's the daughter of Cade and Jamie Hoffman. She says she doesn't have hobbies, she shows animals. But she wants to go to Texas Tech or Oklahoma someday and study animal science. And good thing she's going to have a $10,000 scholarship to take on down the road. Congratulations, Hazen. Champion from our third division was Madden Wise of the Brown County 4-H. Madden's the son of Hilton and Amber Wise and Wendy Weathers. He enjoys working with his younger siblings and eventually wants to go to Oklahoma State and study to become a lawyer someday. He's also going to get a $10,000 scholarship to go toward his education. Congratulations, Madden. The winner in our final division, Division IV, would be Briscoe Black of the Brown County 4-H. Briscoe's the son of Colton and Catherine Black. He enjoys showing goats, fishing, and working on the ranch. He eventually wants to go to Texas A&M University and judge livestock. He's also going to be receiving a $10,000 scholarship today. Congratulations on your champion Division IV Briscoe. At this time, our exhibitors have grabbed their goats, and they're going to be coming back out for our champion drive. Division I, Shep Silvers of the Junction FFA is our champion. Division II champion Hazeman Hoffman of the Glasscock County 4-H. The winner in Division III, Madden Wise of the Brown County 4-H. And our 4th division champion, Briscoe Black of the Brown County 4-H. Our reserves coming from Division I, Maggie Jo Cantu of the Victoria County 4-H. Reserve in Division II, Briggs Bowers of the Gillespie County 4-H. Division III reserve, Mackenzie Evans of the Burnett County 4-H. And finally, in Division IV, our reserve was Stratley Struby of the Tom Green County 4-H. Congratulations to all our exhibitors. A great feat to make it to the champion drive at the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo.
Well, folks, we'll jump back in here. Had our buckle and scholarship presentation. Incredible support there for the young people. Lots of funds that they provide. Wicked Goat Show today. Wrapping it up here with our grand drive. I do have a little background or information courtesy of Purple Circle magazine. So our Division I champion was Shep Silvers. That one's raised by Jade Bowers and sired by Make It Rain. Our reserve champion Division I is Maggie Cantu. That one's raised by Mock Livestocks and sired by Mock's Boats Buck. Coming out of Division II, our champion was Hazen Jo Hoffman. That one was raised by her family. They are Hoffman Livestock and sired by Bear the Pain, a buck they raised as well. Reserve champion Division II is Briggs Bowers, raised by Jade Bowers, sired by Ultra Swap. Coming out of Division III, our champion was Madden Rise, raised by Steve Sturz. There at Sturz Show Goats, sired by Iconic. Reserve Division III was Mackenzie Evans, raised by Evans Livestock, sired by Carry On. And in Division IV, the champion is Briscoe Black, raised by Blue Team Weathers, sired by I Am Legend. Reserve Division IV, shown by Stratley Struby, raised by Hutto Livestock, sired by Guns Up. Once again, been an incredible show. We thank Mr. Eric Zimmerman. He's done an incredible job here. Gave everybody a fair shake and a good look, but also was efficient. That's in part due to the incredible volunteers both in the ring and behind us here that kept things flowing. Just an incredible show staff here at San Antonio. Been a great day. Gonna sign off, let Eric Zimmerman look up the goats here, get his final looks, and then he'll give us some remarks on the mic and pick his champions.
Let's give these kids a round of applause. Really nice set. I say this a lot. You get to the point where you're in the final eight, it's hard because you've got to battle, and you've got to battle through the individual classes and getting pulled, and then you got to battle through your individual division champions, and then you get to this point, and you got to battle again. I think you've all done an outstanding job. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to Dr. Brian Ferris and allowed me to do this. You know, I've been around San Antonio Livestock Show for a long, long time. 44 years since I started showing here, back in that old flat top deal down there, and you know, I really like this place. I've always thought this was one of the toughest, if not toughest, show relative to getting dots, what we call it, because there's so many good ones out here. To the committee over there, thank y'all for everything in terms of what you do for the scholarships. Recognize them again, because I tell you, not only is it just these young people out here, my family's a direct recipient because my daughter having championed South down 4 years ago here, and my son with the Skillthon and some things like that. And so I personally appreciate what you've done because you've helped put my twins through A&M, which is kind of nice. I kind of like that. Outstanding set of kids out here. There's a really good set. I told the young man, you know, that little lightweight is a good little dude. He just built right. You know, he's square. He's really just massive down his top for an 80-pounder. He travels exceptionally well. Every one of these goats are stout from the ground up. They're correct in their condition. They're really good to the handle. They're really fresh. In my opinion, they're extremely athletic. When you start taking a look at all of them, we're not going to talk about each and every one of them again because we talked about them all day. They fit me for the best part of what they brought to with the relation to the contemporaries in each individual weight class and each individual division. There's some subtle differences here. Yeah, I get that. But, you know, again, it's a matter of what we like and how they're built. There's a couple out here, in my opinion, they combine a lot of the different things. They're the ones that are built right, they're handled right, they're good in terms of their design. They don't change when they get on the move, and that's extremely important to me. These kids are really good at showing goats. They really are. And when you get them propped up like that, they can hide all these different things. But when you get them on the move, that's when those goats, those animals really can be read really good, and you can be able to determine what they truly are. Outstanding set here. There's a couple out here, and if you know me, it doesn't matter if you're a lightweight or a heavyweight. If you're the best one, I'm going to use you. Outstanding set. Let's give them another round of applause, and then we'll have your champion and reserve champion for San Antonio. Thanks again for the opportunity.
Grand champion, 2025 San Antonio Market Goat Show, Madden Wise, Brown County 4-H. And reserve grand, same division, Mackenzie Evans of the Burnett County 4-H. Congratulations to all of our market goat exhibitors and their families. An outstanding show this year. We hope you had fun and have safe travels home. Best of luck on down the road.